Ecco qua. Scendiamo. Face ID. Toolbox. Face ID questo. Face ID. Face ID questo. No. Non va? Non va. Non sono... Nel senso, ma cosa il messaggio dove? Sì, da parecchio. Pure con tu. Non lo so. Non mi ci credo. Se posso andare a politica, una storia. Certo, perché non è problema. Vediamo se sono... Allora, di musica ci sta. Hai detto un po' di musica. Benvenuti in questo nuovo video. Oggi ascoltiamo musica di merda. Cool. Super. Vediamo questo.
I hope you've got some Pepto-Bismol nearby. You might blow your ass out with wackiness. Good golly, do I have something movie for you today. This is like a full circle season finale of controversy, and I can't even believe what I'm about to talk about. It all goes back 2 years ago when I made this video called I video was the patient zero to an epidemic that led to multiple channels getting strikes for a very innocent video. That video was SpongeBob and Mickey Mouse mascots having a road rage incident. It was an old fake stunt that went viral a long time ago, so a ton of YouTubers had made videos joking about it and laughing at it, and all of those channels, including my own, ended up getting a strike in one giant sweeping play. This was a couple of years ago, and we all thought it was resolved, but today it reared its ugly head yet again, with YouTube issuing yet another strike for the exact same video to another massive YouTube channel named Night Docs. Before I get into like the current situation, I'm just going to give the full lore breakdown surrounding this video because it may very well be one of the most forbidden videos on the platform at this point. The amount of people that received a strike for this is outrageous. Just so we're all on the same page, a strike is a very big deal. A strike on YouTube is a huge, huge issue. So this is the biggest punishment YouTube can issue a creator, all over a fake road rage involving SpongeBob and Mickey Mouse. So yeah, I made a video on that road rage incident, just making jokes about it. It was 4 dudes in mascot costumes, one being SpongeBob, one being Mickey Mouse. Those were the real protagonists, and they were throwing hands with a guy on the street and beating him up just on the road while 2 guys were filming and laughing about it. And I was just making jokes about it, nothing crazy. There's nothing scary or terrifying or shocking happening. It's pretty clearly not real, I would think, but regardless, I received a full strike for it. And I was very upset. I was livid, and you could see it in the video. You could really feel the rage oozing out of every pore in my body. I was like Kratos. So I stomped my feet, and I threw my temper tantrum with tears in my eyes and warm milk in my hands, and I made a big stink because there was nothing wrong with that video. It was taken down for being like disturbing content, but there's no violence in there, not real violence. There's no blood, there's no bruising because it's all fake. It's a silly, stupid stuff. You had SpongeBob and Mickey Mouse and the Dirty Boys in their mascot costume pretending to beat up a man on the street. It was just a goofy thing, not real, and it got taken down for being too disturbing to even be left up on YouTube. It was too graphic to even get an age restriction. It went so far above an age restriction that they not only took it down, they gave me a full strike because of how traumatizing it must have been for the manual reviewer to have been subjected to such horror. And I was understandably outraged. So then I started a hashtag on Twitter called AnswerUsYouTube, and through this I ended up accidentally throwing Markiplier under the bus because he had also reacted to that same video that I was covering, and in response to me bringing that to light, Markiplier played hardball saying, "Fair's fair, where's my strike, YouTube?" And YouTube hit him with a fat strike. A very disrespectful, very petty strike for Markiplier, the first in his entire channel's history, all because of a fake road rage incident involving SpongeBob and Mickey Mouse. So Markiplier made a video talking about it as well, and then shortly thereafter, YouTube folded, and I framed their response. We have this timeless classic saying, "We're not going to die on this hill. You were right. After even further review, your video and others are back up, and these strikes have been removed. This was an over-enforcement of our policies, especially with the added context commentary as you originally pointed out." Now what they're referring to in the first part of the tweet was not dying on that hill and the even further review. It's in reference to a point I made where when you appeal something, it instantly gets rejected. Like they'll reject something within minutes, even though your video is like 30 minutes, they'll reject it in 3. So somehow they're working on demon time and able to watch the entire 30-minute video and deduce that they're right, even with no possible way of finishing it in that time. And that's what happened with my video. It was instantly rejected, and they said, "You know what, we reviewed it and we're standing by our decision." So I said, "Why are they dying on this hill? It's not even a real video. This makes no sense." So that's so basically, Markiplier went up to bat for me and saved the fucking day. That man has been my savior for that action there. So why am I talking about this? Well, it's because that chapter isn't closed. I believe that book was kaput, like the dinosaurs that had gone extinct. YouTube was never going to make a big issue out of that video in particular again, the SpongeBob and Mickey Mouse road rage incident. Well, it turns out I was wrong, because today another YouTuber named Night Docs, who I'm sure many of you have watched content from before, got a strike on his channel for the exact same fucking video, which they had already deemed is fine. They agreed that it was an over-enforcement of their policy and they were in error. Yet today, they have come back and said, this is violence and gore for Night Dogs, and they struck him for it. This same fucking video. I wouldn't dare show a single frame from this video anymore. It's goddamn radioactive. I don't know what it is about it that YouTube truly hates, but every single time this comes up, it seems like they react with the most heavy-handed imaginable. Just strike down the gavel of injustice and issue a strike just for even showing the video. I actually privated the original upload I made on this content because I was afraid something like this may happen again in the future. So I privated it just to be safe. And it turns out I was right because it looks like they're going through again and purging the platform of this SpongeBob Mickey Mouse road rage thing. It's so weird, and I feel so bad for Night Docs. Like, it's nothing wrong with the video. There's no violence and there's no gore. Like, I don't know what they're seeing in this video that no one else on the planet is, but my god, it is crazy. It is so peculiar. I can't really wrap my head around it. Why this video in particular is the one that keeps triggering the system to issue a strike, and then a manual reviewer come in to agree with the system that the strike is legitimate. Like, there's some kind of crazy delusion going on over there. It makes no sense to me at all. Let's keep in mind, on YouTube, there is actual violence and gore. You can search it up right now. A lot of it's age restricted. In fact, most of it is, but there still is unrestricted violence and gore on the platform too. So even in the most severe case, if they deemed it was like violent or gory, which it's not, why do they go to the strike instead of like an age restriction, which is a lot less severe? This isn't like gratuitous blood and guts flying all over the place with SpongeBob eating the intestines out of his victim on the streets or anything, with Mickey Mouse beating him with a sledgehammer. It is fake road rage with these mascots in costume. Like, it is so weird. It is so silly. And YouTube is once again going down this warpath against this video in particular. I don't even know what the solution is, because we already solved the problem and they just reopened the wound and poured salt on it here, right in Night Doc's face. I don't even know what the proper protocol is. YouTube themselves agreed that they were wrong, and now they've come back and done the exact same thing again. Is it just like you need to remind them, like, hey, we've already been here, done that. We've done this whole song and dance. Like, is that what needs to happen? Like, YouTube needs a little refresher, like the little memory update to remind them that we've already done this? Or is this going to be a biannual thing where every couple of years YouTube's just going to do this shit again? Like a natural disaster. I don't know. I don't get it. I feel bad for Night Docs and anyone else that just got a strike again for this video. It's so nonsensical. I just wanted to talk about it because this blows my mind that it's flaring up again. It's so fucking wild. Anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. Only a little over a week ago, one of the most impressive feats in gaming history was accomplished live on Twitch. The completion of a Mario Maker level so difficult it took 7 years of straight attempts for someone to beat it a single time. It took Chainchomp Braden 2,491 days, 4,368 hours to get the first completion of this level. It is absolute insanity. Chainchomp Braden is the creator of the level and the only person to clear it, and it is perhaps one of the nuttiest things I've ever seen in gaming. It's so wild that when I was watching the completed attempt live, my cat came in, just out of pure respect to be part of history and witness it. It's so wild, even Io's coming in to see it. Hey, Io. 4,368 hours it took. Can you believe that shit, Io? Can you believe that? Is that fucking nuts? You haven't even been alive for 4,368 hours yet. And now yesterday, Chainchomp Braden posted a full video going over the history of the level as well as his reputation and showing off the run as well as the people that doubted him. He had an entire section dedicated to every doubter over the course of 7 years, just to feed them their vegetables and rub it in their face that he finally did actually complete it. because most people viewed the level as impossible. Over the course of years, Braden would get some deep runs, but every time he got close to completing it, he decided to make the level even harder. So he'd just keep evolving, like, oh, it only took me 2,000 hours to get to the second to last room. It's a little too easy, you need to tweak it a bit to make it harder. So by the time it reached its final evolution here, it was downright ridiculous, and most people just wrote it off as just an unachievable goal until September 30th, 2022, when Braden pulled it off. I'm going to put a link to the video in the description. I highly recommend you check it out. I'll go ahead and show you some clips from when I was watching the video on stream, and Braden even stopped in the chat to give us some insider information on what the future holds for him now. I genuinely do think this level is one of the hardest levels in all of gaming. Everything is frame perfect and everything has to be perfectly timed. That's fucking classic Tom. Tom Thompson's always been such a fucking hater for some reason. That guy is bad news. I'm glad Braden took it to him. Man, fuck you, Tom. I like how he saved every single downer. All of them, it seems. God, the power of spite is such a powerful thing. Oh, I'm not gonna do it, huh? Okay, watch me. 7 years. Why not? God, oh my lord, he has so many of these screenshots. You wanted to make sure you put every single one of them in the completion video. Like a wall of shame. Rubbing their nose in it. Yeah, he kept every receipt for 7 years. Oh god, yeah. This level is so fucking cool. I'm just gonna let this ride in here. It's so good. Legitimately, I think this level is the upper limits of human capability in gaming. Like, everything you see here is frame perfect. You can't make a single mistake, and your timing can't be anything less than perfect either. It's so nuts. This music is really loud though. Sorry, I gotta turn it down. It's blowing my ear out. I feel like I'm in the trial of death. I also have no doubt while Braden was doing this, he felt like no pressure at all. I really think, I don't know him, obviously, but I just get the impression from this video and all of like the things he said so far, that he just does it because he loves it. It was just like this personal thing. So he just comes on, does a couple hundred runs a night. If he doesn't get it, he doesn't get it. Yeah, just like actual Giga Chat shit. Man doesn't feel pressure. But like these tricks are all so foreign to me. I'm a very novice Mario Maker player, but I can recognize when things are so fucking nuts, like so tight. Like this POW block. So I'm pretty sure the way this works is you have to turn the POW block to block this so you don't get hit on the pipe going on the way up. And I imagine the timing on that has to be extremely strict, because if you go a little too soon, you'll still catch the hitbox, right? Darkside Phil can do this easy. I think Darkside Phil could probably do this in sub 5 attempts. That guy is just a different breed of gamer, honestly. That's a specimen that should be studied. You can't really put normal mortals on the same playing field as Darkside Phil. That's just not fair. This man literally jerked off on the stream, played it off like it was no big deal, and continued to stream with a full load in his pants. That guy is just built different, and you need to accept that. If you live your life comparing yourself to Phil, you're going to be unhappy. The Yoshi plays also goes so hard in this run. Like I can't even register half of this shit here. There's so much happening all at once, a full-blown sensory overload. And you still have to be perfect. absolute pixel perfect precision. Oh, here, hold on. I'm gonna slow that shit down. I've watched this run maybe 3 times now. 3 or 4 times. And it's still so crazy. There's just, like, I always feel like I'm seeing something different. So this helmet right here, he has to keep bouncing off of this bomb and hitting this piranha plant up while dodging all of the chain chomps and the boos, and hit it all the way up in order to get over safely. And you can't miss this at all, otherwise you fall and die. And that's not even where it stops, because then you also have to grab this, I don't even know what this is called, but it's like a little booster. In order to bounce this up so you can continue to jump off it and dodge boost, grab this one and do the same thing again, but on a smaller bombs. Bouncing off of the musical notes down here to avoid the spikes, to dodge the boost the whole time. The second one coming off the blocks. It's so stupid. Just so genuinely stupid. The absolute insanity. Drop a 50k bounty on this. Like, that's just not fair to Brayden though, because he already beat it, so that wouldn't exactly be fair to the next person, or for Brayden, to give like a bounty to the next person that beats this. Though I will say this openly, I don't think we will ever see another completion of this. I don't think there's many people that would commit 7 years to a single level and play at its full speed though. It's so cool though.
Vado in bagno.
Va bene.
You saying that's going to be in the next video for the completion? Hey, I'd love to see it. I just don't see it happening. I really don't. I think most people wouldn't even bother trying. Like, what sane person's going to watch this and be like, yeah, I can't wait to try and do this myself? The bald man could take this on? That's so cryptic. Who's the bald man? That could be anyone. How about RPG 47? Oh, we made it down? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, from the video. Oh. You said it like a riddle. I didn't know you were talking about the guy like actually from this video in the compilation. Northern Lionwood. Yeah, maybe he has the gamer gene required to pull this off. This is what I mean by your timing has to be perfect too, by the way. In order to hit half of these jumps, these shells, you have to time it perfectly. Because there's so many of these jumps that are so tight. God, that's so cool. Having the flaming thing toss the bomb off of its hitbox. This part I think is absolutely outrageous because you have to do this like 6 times. There's like puzzles built into it. And for that one in particular, you have to do it so many times in order to set everything up properly to progress. Did the person who made it beat it? Yes. That's the only completion of it. The creator. He used an AI to beat this. I didn't even think a computer could pull this off. This man is the machine. Ooh, close call. Almost a bit of a fuck up. One missed jump so far, but luckily it wasn't in like a do or die spot. There's also these endurance rooms like this where you just have to dodge a ton of shit for I think it's like 20 seconds, maybe more. Looks like it's more. This is more like 30 seconds, I think. God, that's awesome. the level's about 8 minutes long. So this bad boy, she's got some duration. Like, the endurance required for this is nuts. 8 minutes of no mistakes. Jesus Christ. God damn. The AOT, yeah. The soundtrack fits very well. Seeing this live must have been one of the best moments of these chatters' lives. Another example of what I mean by your timing also has to be perfect to catch these shells that are falling through. You can't hesitate. Hey, here she comes, the final run. 7 years in the making. Beauty. Fucking beauty. I would love to see some of the doubters in the chat. They must have felt so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, there's no shame in it bringing a tear to your eye. Tom was hating in the chat. Yeah, I bet Tom was in there just bah-humbugging the whole time. He embraced the doubt. It fueled him. It absolutely fueled him. Like I said, spite is a powerful thing. I wonder what's next for Brayden now. After beating Trial of Death, where do you even go from there? That's like the hardest level of anything ever. Everything else is going to be easy. So what do you even do? You can't do some... Like, I don't even think you could make it harder. I think if you push that any further, it would actually be impossible. Now I'm going to end up in his next video 7 years from now. When he does do something even harder. Just do it faster. I guess you can make it like a speedrun thing, but like I said, this is actually probably the fastest it can be done. Because everything is frame perfect and all the timing has to be perfect. You don't have any chances for like a respite. Like there's no breaks. Like he doesn't stop to collect himself or anything. The only time loss is him turning on game audio. What was it? I think right around here. No, it was like right around here. He turns on game audio for one of the tricks, I believe, so he pauses the game to do that. That's like the only time loss. Oh, and he missed one jump. He did miss one jump. But that, like, that's the only two places you could even, like, potentially save time. So you can't even speed up. Are you here, Brayden? Congrats again. And great fucking video on it. So hey, break the news here. What's next? Maybe like a vacation, kick your feet up, relax for a bit. What's the plan going forward post Trials of Death? Planning on beating a Zelda game with my feet. Fuck yeah. Current plan is to try and get it on custom server being worked on called Well, that sounds good, yeah. I think it'd be really fun to have it out there so the community can try it. I'd like to see people try it. A whole section dedicated to Snaggy. Wow, okay. putting him on blast. Man, this guy's worse than Tom Thompson. Hey, also you should hold Snaggy to that $1,000 bet. Put a bounty on beating this level blindfolded. I think I still really want to do more bounties like the Halo Lasso challenge. It's just really hard to find targets that high. This would have been a really good one, but this is, of course, that wouldn't be fair anymore now since Brady did it. After he's completed it, that doesn't make any sense. It's just hard to find things that are like hyped like this to put a bounty on. But you guys get really niche with it, like a little too niche where it's like, you should do World at War with all the death cards on while blindfolded, and also you have to be playing with one hand. And it has to be your non-dominant hand. And on the old bulky controllers. And your fans can't be on. It's like, it's not really fun though, that's like a little too niche, too specific.
"3,000 years ago, a monster seizes 6 sailors from the ship of Odysseus and throws them down her screaming maw. 300 years ago, a Danish historian writes about a sea beast 1.5 miles in circumference. 150 years ago, 2 men in a rowboat are attacked by a creature with limbs dozens of feet long. 16 years ago, the animal is caught on camera. 120 years ago, a 10,000-pound faceless mass of flesh arrives on the shores of Anastasia Island. 80 years ago, an English author writes of a beautiful decaying giant that lies on the coast. 50 years ago, ocean researchers attempt to pull up their anchor and discover that something no one has ever seen has swallowed it. 18 years ago, the waters on the edge of India draw back and reveal structures outside of living memory. A minute later, those waters smash back into the land. 6 years ago, a glacier collapses and releases a part of itself not meant to be seen. Months ago, a reservoir drops to perilously low levels and uncovers a crime from a different century. The history of our relationship with the deep is written in unknowables. Time and again, we declare something impossible, only to discover it's already happened. Confine a phenomenon to myth until it proves itself beyond all doubt. I am not here to lecture you on what does not exist. I am here to tell you what lurks just out of view, beyond our knowledge and below the waves. It's hard to define just how many myths are, in one way or another, about the Kraken. The giant tentacled beast's earliest specific mention may have been King Sverre of Norway in the year 1180. But what of Scylla, the sea monster from the Odyssey, with 12 writhing legs, many screaming heads, and countless fangs? What about the Bible's Leviathan, a multi-headed, multi-limbed monster boasting a mouth ringed with fearsome teeth? Some of our earliest and most influential texts include not just mentions, but whole encounters with similar-sounding abominations. 600 years after King Sverre, Eric Pontoppidan fleshed out his country's history with the Kraken in his book, The Natural History of Norway. This wasn't a speculative work, according to Pontoppidan. The book declares itself a particular and accurate account of the temperature of the air, the different soils, waters, vegetables, and so on. And yet, 200 pages in, he writes this: the Kraken. This creature is the largest and most surprising of all the animal kingdom. He says that fishermen may sense the presence of the creature by an abundance of fish, that the water seems to grow shallower, they need to get the hell out of there before an enormous monster comes up to the surface of the water. He writes that no human has ever seen its true body, that its back alone is 1.5 miles in circumference, that it at first looks like a number of small islands, that the horns on its head stand as tall as ships, that when it sinks back down below, it causes a whirlpool that sucks the surrounding sea down with it. As a kid, I was obsessed with the idea of the Kraken. I pored over illustrations of tentacles grappling with warships. I read every myth and legend I could find. I wrote a report on it for my school, elementary school, and still have vivid memories of waking up in the middle of the night and writing furiously, my waking and sleeping brain both tangled up in the creature. Since assessing any individual story's truthfulness was well beyond me, since every piece of literature held basically an equal amount of historical possibility, it was easy to decide which ones were my favorite. It all came down to size. Modest krakens, ones that ate one or two sailors, wrestled with individual boats, were fine, interesting even. Tentacles that stretched dozens of feet were undeniably neat. But I didn't simply want large. I wanted vast, unfathomable. I wanted a god that would emerge like the birth of a new continent, that could plummet down further than we could ever follow. I wanted something eldritch, years before I ever learned the word. And the Kraken worked for that. Not just because of its fabled enormity, but because it seemed impossible to disprove. Sure, we didn't have photographic evidence, but we had all these stories, and the deep sea could hide so many secrets. Nothing could suppress my desire to believe in big things underwater. Reading about the sailors of centuries ago feels a lot like reading about astronauts. They're totally isolated in an alien, inhospitable world, one that virtually no one else would ever see, and one that would kill them without passion. Can you imagine surviving that vacuum, witnessing something impossible, and then returning to shore and having people tell you, oh, you probably just imagined it? Such was the case for many sightings of giant tentacled beasts at sea. For example, a French steamship in 1861 encountered a squid so large that their harpoons and muskets didn't seem to affect the creature. They managed to lasso the thing, but only pulled a piece of its flesh on board. Nevertheless, they took it to the French Academy of Sciences, where a zoologist informed them that they had nothing but a rotten bit of sea plant. He said that the existence of the animal they described would contradict the great laws of harmony and equilibrium which have sovereign rule over living nature. They lasso a squid, and this dork just tells them they probably grabbed some seaweed? There are plenty of these types of stories. The existence of some kind of big squid was well known enough that it even makes an appearance in the distinctly not sci-fi Moby Dick. They see a bulky mass, furlongs in length, with innumerable long arms radiating from its center. But it wasn't until 23 years after Moby Dick that anyone managed to obtain convincing proof. In 1873, off the coast of Newfoundland, a fisherman named Theophilus Picot saw something attached to his rowboat, and he smacked it with an oar, only to have the something reveal itself as a massive tentacled creature that reportedly attacked the boat with its beak and threw its arms over the entire vessel. Picot then grabbed a hatchet and attacked it, fighting it off and hurriedly rowing back to shore through the hundreds of yards of ink that it shot out. And this would have probably ended like every other sailor's unbelievable tales of ocean monsters, except Picot didn't come back empty-handed. He had severed one of the animal's tentacles with his axe and gave it to a museum. The tentacle was 19 feet long. The animal Picot bought was not Scylla or the Leviathan or Norway's mile-and-a-half-long kraken, but it was a squid, and it was giant. It was a giant squid. Architeuthis ducks. Finally, no one could deny that the animal was real. It wasn't just legend. It absolutely exists. What's almost as exciting to me, though, is the absolute desert of evidence between 1873 and today. People have found a handful of Architeuthis corpses, but the first time it was caught on video was in 2006, and there have been, I don't know, 3 other recordings since then. It is astonishingly elusive. An animal 40 feet long, hundreds of pounds, and the number of people who have seen one alive could probably fit in this room. And if sailors have something in common with astronauts, Architeuthis has even more in common with an alien. Wendy Williams writes, in many ways, the sea is more celestial than earthly. The giant squid spends its time in a dark void surrounded by pinpricks of bioluminescence. Prior to the 20th century, encounters with it were almost indistinguishable from alien sightings, fleeting glimpses that leave people raving about impossible sights to a disbelieving audience. And its biology is distinct enough to feel completely alien as well. 3/5 of a giant squid's brain is in its tentacles. Individual arms can move and maybe even think after being severed from the main body. It could be smart, it could be a genius. Because we've had so few encounters with Architeuthis, we can really only guess at its brain power. Even if we did have extended contact, how would we ascertain what or how it thinks? Is it unreasonable to suggest that we can intuit some level of intelligence from the giant squid because we've had vanishingly few interactions with them? Like intelligent alien species, could they have seen what we're up to and simply decided they don't want to get involved? Of course, we don't even know that all those sailors' encounters with tentacled sea beasts were with the giant squid. They could have been with the colossal squid, Misanthicotuthis hamiltoni, the giant squid's shorter but far beefier relative. They could have seen the absolutely bizarre big fin squid, Magna pinna, or even a giant Pacific octopus, Enteroctopus doflani, which can theoretically grow past 600 pounds. There was a time when some educated scientists of the Victorian age believed it impossible that life could actually exist thousands of feet below the surface of the ocean, under crushing pressure and absolute darkness. They were incorrect, of course. As deep as we can go in the ocean, we find life. And it's hard not to look at our history of underestimating what the ocean holds and wonder about other myths. The giant squid exists. How about Namazu or Bakunawa, undersea beasts of Japan and the Philippines respectively, which both cause earthquakes with their movement? How about the Loch Ness Monster, hidden for centuries within Scotland's peaty depths? Or hell, why not a megalodon or other prehistoric sharks? Is it so unreasonable that an animal that's proved itself through millions of years of survival of the fittest would be able to stay out of our way? This isn't even really a theoretical question. In his book, Monsters of the Sea, which I will reference throughout this video, Richard Ellis tells the story of scientists off the coast of Hawaii conducting deep sea observations. Preparing to leave, they hauled in one of their anchors, which had been hanging out about 500 feet below, and brought with it a 14-foot shark that neither they nor anyone else had ever seen before. The megamouth shark, named because anyone's guess, really, is not a new species. It's been around basically as long as any other shark. And yet we found our first one in 1976. There is simply so much deep sea that even the largest creatures are dwarfed by the amount of nothing behind them. There's actually a concept called deep sea gigantism, the paradoxical phenomenon that in the abyss, where food is scarcest and pressure is most severe, organisms get bigger. Isopods 2 feet long, spider crabs with a 12-foot arm span. There are still so many questions that remain about what and why and how, that the line between fiction and fact feels blurrier than normal. Is any given author making something up? Or are they inadvertently prophesizing flora and fauna we'll later find out to be true?
Years before Theophilus Picot severed a giant squid's tentacle with a hatchet, Jules Verne penned almost the same event in his sci-fi classic, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Immediately after a conversation where one crew member scoffs at the idea of a kraken, their submarine is seized by a massive tentacled devilfish. Captain Nemo grabs an axe and gets to chopping, cutting off 7 of its arms. The creature then disappears in a cloud of ink, just like Picot's squid would. Life imitates art. Perhaps hoping to predict a future discovery, many science fiction stories have tackled the idea of extraterrestrial marine biology, what may lie under the oceans of other planets. And, credit to them, these stories often feel more plausible than our other guesses at alien life. An exemplary model of this kind of world construction is the indie gem In Other Waters, which builds an entire functioning ecosystem through little more than text descriptions and HUD elements. Maybe it's easier for us to buy into these other worlds because our own oceans feel so full of aliens. Another sterling example of this is the game Subnautica.
Set on an entirely oceanic moon, Subnautica is a survival game where players have to gather various resources in order to stay alive and explore deeper into the underwater map. But the game doesn't just present resources to gather, it creates an entire biosphere. Unlike some of its survival game ilk, Subnautica's circle of life doesn't revolve around the player. Almost every plant and animal can be scanned and learned about, but most will not help you craft a better battery or stronger diving suit. The imposing reef backs exist because they're a vital part of the moon's cycle of life, not because they're a source of resources for you to explore. Because only a fraction of the wildlife can be corralled and harvested, Subnautica never gives the feeling like you're conquering the environment, only finding your place in it. And your place, notably, is not at the top. The most famous image from Subnautica, more iconic than the game's start screen or main character, or any peaceful and beautiful fish, is the Leviathan. Almost 200 feet long, a Reaper Leviathan is the first reminder you get that not only is this ocean dangerous, it is a food chain you will never be on top of. The Reaper screams so loudly it feels like it's everywhere, and yet the ocean's cloudiness means it also always feels like it appears from nowhere. It's capable of swallowing you whole, but I've also experienced a far crueler interaction with the beast. Occasionally, even in the depths of Subnautica, you have to climb out of your submersible and swim in the open water. In one such time, I climbed out of my sub hundreds of yards below the surface, began to swim, then heard a scream and turned around to see a Leviathan devouring my empty submarine. It swam off with the shattered pieces of the vehicle, leaving me technically alive, but absolutely screwed, drowning and unreachably far from the surface. Subnautica is a game that triggers thalassophobia, a term people have likely been screaming for this entire video, a fear and or fixation on the open ocean. A peek at the thalassophobia subreddit reveals divers over bottomless pits, waves sweeping past tiny portholes, and countless fish swirling organically. What thalassophobia doesn't quite convey, it doesn't have a word as far as I can tell, is the misfortune of things that should remain in water being brought to the surface. The plot of China Mieville's convoluted novel Kraken centers around Billy Harrow, a museum employee whose most notable achievement is preserving the corpse of a recovered architectus in formaldehyde. One day, Billy enters the museum to find the entire creature has disappeared into the city's underbelly. He goes in search of the corpse and finds a world full of various cults worshipping various gods, including a squid cult. But they swear they didn't steal it. To preserve the giant squid obviously holds a religious significance for the cult, but they're sure to draw a line between that specimen and the true Kraken, their actual deity. The Kraken, almost by definition, could never be captured, never be preserved, nor even fully understood. Naming, classifying Architectus is near blasphemous to them. The squid cult says, and I quote, "What was squidity but otherness, incomprehensibility?" And although Billy, the protagonist, is not as invested in squid lore as the rest of the cult, he can't help but feel a bit conflicted about the myth of the preserved squid versus the reality of its capture. Visitors to the museum arrive with visions of legendary seafaring encounters, visions that clash with the scientific sterility of a dead squid in a vat of formaldehyde. Billy thinks, visions of an army of coils 20,000 leagues, an axe fight against a blasphemy from the deep below, a predatory meat cylinder, rope limbs unrolling, finding a ship's rail with ghastly prehensility. It had been nothing like that. A giant squid at the surface was a weak, disoriented, moribund thing. Horrified by air, crushed by its own self, it had probably just wheezed through its siphon and calci, a gel mass of dying. This description makes me think of the first Architectus we captured on camera, accidentally hooked on a fishing boat, not an exemplar of its species. We've observed the most desperate giant squids, the starving. Real-life zoologist Clyde Roper has said the same thing. The only ones you catch are the slow, the sick, and the stupid. There's a sharp distinction between the first video, lost and tangled and drowning, and our subsequent recordings of its alien magnificence in the deep where it actually lives. Our pictures of it without this vital context are gross, almost disrespectful. Our interactions with it on our home turf deny the squid its majesty, and Mieville's telling it its godliness. But what do you do when a dead god just washes up on your front doorstep? For as long as people have ventured out onto the ocean, they've returned with stories of impossible creatures. Many have proven to be true. Others, like the time your uncle almost caught a fish that was this big, still strain credulity. Most challenging of all, though, is when the existence of the thing is not in question, but what the thing is still eludes us.
In 1896, on the beach of Anastasia Island, just off the coast of Florida, two boys discovered a giant thing. A lump, a blob, the remains of who knows what. They fetched the founder of the St. Augustine Historical Society, who measured the thing at 21 feet long, 7 feet wide, 4 feet high, and somewhere between 5 and 7 tons. It was white and rubbery and incredibly tough. Richard Ellis describes it as 5 tons of protoplasm. Most mystifying of all, while the blob didn't have a head or intact limbs, or bones or organs, it did have what appeared to be stumps protruding from its mass. It had enough of these tubular stumps that upon hearing its description, Yale zoologist Addison Verrill declared an entirely new species of cephalopod, Octopus giganteus. In 1887, Verrill wrote for the New York Herald that the creature, when intact, would have weighed 18 to 20 tons. Each arm of the animal would have been at least 100 feet long, as thick as the mast of a large vessel and covered in suckers. He said, "We must reflect that wherever this creature had its home, there must be living hundreds or even thousands of others of its kind, probably of equal size. Otherwise, its race could not be kept up." In 1964, author J.G. Ballard published a short story called Drowned Giant. The story, recently repopularized by an adaptation of Netflix's Love, Death, and Robots, tells of an enormous man's corpse that washes ashore on the beach of the village. The story's narrator, a local scientist, goes to visit the giant and watches a growing crowd interact with the body, first trepidatiously, then gleefully, climbing its arms, jumping on its nose, sliding down its jaws. The giant, as mysterious as it is, becomes a sort of public gathering space. People picnic and watch the thing, children treat it as a playground. But for the scientist, the magnetism of the giant isn't the particulars of his musculature, but the mere fact that he simply is.
What I found so fascinating was partly his immense scale, the huge volumes of space occupied by his arms and legs, which seemed to confirm the identity of my own miniature limbs, but above all, the mere categorical fact of his existence. Whatever else in our lives might be open to doubt, the giant, dead or alive, existed in an absolute sense, providing a glimpse into a world of similar absolutes, of which we spectators on the beach were such imperfect and puny copies.
The St. Augustine monster isn't the only of its kind. 64 years later, on the coast of Tasmania, two men discovered another blob, 20 feet long by 18 feet wide, and somewhere between 5 and 10 tons. It similarly had no identifiable head, bones, or structure. Almost as inexplicable, the thing, deemed a globster by cryptozoologists, sat on the beach for a year and a half without meaningfully decomposing. The only thing it lost in that span of time was a layer of fine, greasy hair. Apparently, it didn't even have a smell. Bill Mollison, an Australian biologist and one of the investigators, said, "One tends always to reject the fact that an animal is unknown. One is always seeking some explanation, and you try and add up everything, but this one does not add up. The more I looked, the more I was convinced that it conformed to no known animal."
As time goes by in Ballard's story, fewer people visit the giant. Whereas it had once been near beautiful with a Grecian profile and resemblance to sculpture, the time on the beach ages the giant. Its cheeks swell and skin sags with tumefaction. Ballard writes that his ongoing decomposition changes even the perceived personality of the giant. As the body continues to surrender to that all-demanding system of time, his face hints at a growing corruption to come. There is still no indication of where the giant came from, other than simply out of the sea.
1960
Ciao.
saw the emergence of another globster, as did 1970 and 1988. As Ellis writes, one of the core similarities between each blob is nearly impossible to cut. The one in 1988 was described as like trying to cut a car tire, and the Tasmanian one from the 60s broke 3 blades of a pathologist's knife and only gave up tiny fragments of itself. But samples of it were retrieved. Today, due to a combination of preservation and the blob's inherent durability, we can examine the old material with new technology. One day, in Ballard's story, the scientist comes back and the head of the giant has been removed. He is relieved. Each day previous, the creature became less elegant, less marvelous, more covered in the dirt and grime of our world.
Despite his immense size, the bruises and dirt that covered his body made him appear merely human in scale, his vast dimensions only increasing his vulnerability, as each of the limbs was chopped off, first at the knee and elbow, and then at shoulder and thigh. The carcass resembled that of any headless sea animal, whale or whale shark.
The community claims the giant as its own abandoned site. Graffiti and carvings mock its once clear skin. Its hand and foot become material for fertilizer and cattle food. The shack simmers its blubber. The giant's body, in parts, remains, but the giant as a concept disappears from memory.
Electron microscopy has revealed that chunks of the unidentified blob have basically the same molecular makeup as whales. They bear little resemblance to a cephalopod, octopus giganteus, or otherwise. Even before modern analysis, many of the original scientists revised their observations. Verrill himself, who proposed the octopus, said later that the St. Augustine monster was some part of a sperm whale, although this theory would require a sperm whale to have features that have never been observed before. As time passes, the mystery of the blobs are smoothed over, nominally explained, though never quite answered. The most recent blob of similar type appeared on a Chilean beach in 2003, a full 14 tons and nearly 40 feet across. It, too, was ultimately deemed to be some remnant of a sperm whale.
As the drowned giant gradually disappears from the beach, it reappears throughout the town. Thigh bones frame the meat market. The carnival displays the right hand. Pieces of its ribs frame a garden, though the ribs are misidentified as the jaws of a whale. The village assimilates the giant and scrubs away its otherworldliness. Even the enormous penis of the giant, which is preserved and dragged along with the circus, is normalized to some extent.
The wrongly
C'è lo
identified
bevono.
whale, and indeed most people, even those who first saw him cast up on the shore after the storm, now remember the giant, if at all, as a large sea beast.
I will not, as much as I want to, deny the findings of electron microscopy. If the best data we have says that these vast alien blobs are in fact some part of a whale, then sure, I don't have the expertise to disagree. But I am not so eager to categorize the uncategorizable, to cordon off the unknown until it becomes the known. Tales of a giant squid were laughed off and rationalized until faced with undeniable proof. The megamouth shark has existed for millennia, and yet simultaneously didn't exist until we dragged one up in 1976. 126 years ago, a 5-ton, headless, limbless blob of protoplasm washed up on a beach in Florida. On that beach, the creature was a gigantic octopus of a species heretofore never seen. A century later, we know the St. Augustine monster came from a whale. A century from now, we may know differently yet again. Of course, a century from now, mysterious blobs will likely be the least of the things released from the waters of our world.
One particular image I've never been able to get out of my mind came just before the devastating tsunami in the Indian Ocean in 2004. A warning sign for tsunamis is the draw back, when the entire ocean seems to pull away from the land before crashing back in. And in 2004, during this draw back, just before waves dozens of feet tall would strike the shore, people on the coast of the Indian state of Tamil Nadu saw something emerge from under the water. Dark lines of stone rose out of the receding sea and sand, not random boulders, but architecture. Just south of where these ruins were spotted stand the remnants of the ancient city of Mahabalipuram, a city fabled to have once been much grander than the few monuments that remain today. Just before the tsunami hit, witnesses unlucky enough to be on the shore caught a glimpse of the true scale of ancient Mahabalipuram, the archaeological vision of a lifetime at an impossibly high cost. I have to wonder if future generations will have the same experience, living in a world where the oceans have swallowed our present-day coasts. Imagine a tsunami in 2150, humans seeing the oceans draw back just before disaster to expose, I don't know, like a drowned Taco Bell or something. Those same swelling seas are also driving another phenomenon, the increased frequency of glacier calving. Calving is the term for glaciers or icebergs fragmenting, coming apart and falling into the sea. It is a somewhat inevitable process, the result of the constant erosive power of the waves and impossible weight of ice that is nevertheless accelerated due to our warming planet. And while calving appears to be things falling into the ocean, not emerging from it, occasionally the two go hand in hand. Nature writer Robert McFarlane wrote about an experience he had near the Knud Rasmussen Glacier in Iceland, in which he watched a veritable city of ice detach from its mother glacier and plummet into the water below. And then, the calving reveals something more. And then something terrible happens, which is that out of the water where the city has fallen, there upsurges, or so it seems from where we are standing, right to the summit of the calving face itself, a black, shining pyramid, sharp at its prow, thrusting and glistening, made of a substance that has to be ice, but looks like no ice we have seen before, something that resembles what I imagine meteorite metal to be, something that has come from so deep down in time that it has lost all color, and we are dancing and swearing and shouting, appalled and thrilled, to have seen this repulsive, exquisite thing rise up that should never have surfaced, this star-dropped berg surge that has taken 3 minutes and 100,000 years to conclude. Though McFarlane's sighting was nowhere near as dangerous nor shadowed by tragedy as that of Mahabalipuram, I can't help but feel a connection between them, the sea relinquishing what's hidden just before the end. This thread continues into the unlikeliest of places. For instance, the landlocked Salt Lake City. As reported by Christopher Flovell for the New York Times, the largest city in Utah is sitting next to a, quote, environmental nuclear bomb, the eponymous Salt Lake. While the oceans begin to rise, the Salt Lake is going the opposite direction. A combination of water overuse, decreased rainfall, and increased temperature mean that the lake is shrinking rapidly. It's a third of the size it was 30 years ago. This is, if I need to spell it out, bad. Decreased water means increased salinity, meaning wildlife will die off in droves. The water is also necessary to drink for the millions of people who live in the surrounding area. But the least obvious and potentially most dangerous result of the shrinking lake is what lies beneath it. God, wouldn't it be nice if it was a kraken or something? I wish it was a fucking kraken. No, under the Salt Lake is arsenic, copper, zirconium, dust, heavy metals, particulates, carcinogens. Instead of living next to a lake, residents could soon live next to a massive cancer-causing dust bowl in which choking clouds are kicked up by wind scouring the dry lake bed. And this isn't a theoretical, this exact situation has happened before. As Flovell points out, Owens Lake in California completely dried up due to LA diverting water from its feeding river. Now, the lake is the single largest source of dust pollution in the United States. The particulate surrounding the lake was at one point 100 times higher than safe breathing levels. And in a move of supreme irony, one of the only ways to contain the poison from the lake bed is to spray it back down with water, hopefully weighing it down enough that it can't blow away. Through our own actions, we released a monster that was kept safely underwater. Through our own actions, we vainly tried to drown it again. For more individual horror, you could look to Lake Mead, a precipitously dropping reservoir meant to serve Las Vegas and the Nevada area. Literally, as I write this, news is breaking that a third set of human remains has been found on the now dry lake bed. One was found stuffed inside a barrel, killed by a gunshot wound nearly 50 years ago. Officials say that more bodies will likely emerge as the water continues to fall. If it falls below 895 feet, water outlets will no longer be able to draw from the reservoir. It will become something else, a fittingly named dead pool. Its secrets revealed just before the end. One of the most memorable scenes from any book I read as a kid comes from the 11th entry of the 13-part series of unfortunate events, The Grim Grotto. The book largely takes place in a submarine, with the Baudelaires, as always, pursued by the evil Count Olaf. But partway through the story, there's a sequence in which the kids see something else on the submarine's sonar. Not Count Olaf's vessel, but something far more massive, a something so unknown that it literally takes the form of an enormous question mark on the sonar's readout. As you can imagine, this was electrifying for me, a kid already obsessed with big things underwater. A new threat, bigger than anything we've ever seen, more dangerous than Count Olaf? What could it be? And then the book just doesn't tell you. The kids ask the captain of the sub what it was, and he says, in so many words, that there are things in this world that you simply cannot imagine. He says that the sonar of their ship, the thing meant to let them see the outside, simply shows the shadows of things too great and terrible to be understood. This is also the concept, more or less, of a game released earlier this year called Iron Lung. Actually, I'd be doing you a disservice if I didn't give you the full concept. As succinctly as I can, every known star and habitable planet has vanished along with the people on them. The only people left are folks who were on spaceships when this happened. You are a convict from one of those spaceships. You are being forced to explore one of the few things remaining in the universe, a moon covered in an ocean of blood. The submarine you have to explore the blood ocean isn't designed for depth, so it's been welded closed and its windows have been covered. Good luck! The setup is important, both because it's probably the most metal thing I've ever read, and also because the game looks like this. A small metal room with a map, a steering mechanism, and a compass. Your goal is to navigate to every point of interest on this map and take a picture of what's there. However, since the window has been welded shut, the only way to know your location is using the X and Y axis provided on the map, and the only way to know what's outside at all is using the slow and grainy black and white camera fixed to the outside of the sub. This is a game in which the imagined world outside the playable area is far more important than the box you're allowed to walk around. Nothing, aside from the inherent claustrophobia, is visually scary about the inside of this box, and yet Iron Lung is absolutely terrifying. At times you'll have to pilot through canyons on the blood ocean's floor. Without visibility, your only tools for avoiding dashing yourself on the rocks are your positional coordinates and a flashing dot that appears on your compass, a sort of proximity alarm. The faster the dot flashes, the closer you are to colliding with the terrain. Except sometimes, the dot flashes when you're not near anything at all. And sometimes your entire sub shudders and then is a mile away from where it was a second ago, like you've been grabbed and pulled by some enormous question mark. The single scariest moment of the game happens about halfway through. Lost in the twists and turns of the map, my compass suddenly showed me a dot flashing incredibly close, appearing where no wall should be. I tried to navigate away, and it persisted. Finally, I swung the sub towards the dot, took a single picture, and... Most pictures you have to take are not nearly this legible. They could be decayed structures, or rock formations, or biological growths, and your interpretations will probably have as much to do with your pre-existing fears as any details of the actual photograph. And all the while, the sound design works to convince you of the endless pressure you're under, stuck in a metal box, welded shut. The first bathysphere, designed by William Beebe in the 1930s, wasn't a far cry from this box. It was a sealed steel globe, its door bolted shut, its small windows 3 inches thick. It dangled from the side of a ship off a winch that could barely hold it. Inside the steel globe, Beebe and his colleague used palm fronds to manually circulate the air. They descended almost half a mile beneath the waves, during which time the sphere swung side to side so violently they emerged bloody. The windows cracked, water seeped through the sealed entrance, and yet... I sat, crouched, with my forehead pressed close to the cold glass. That transparent bit of old earth which so sturdily held back 9 tons of water from my face. There came to me at that instant a tremendous wave of emotion, a real appreciation of what was momentarily almost superhuman, cosmic, of the whole situation. 2 conscious beings sat and peered into the abyssal darkness as we dangled in mid-water, isolated as a lost planet in outermost space. The thing the Baudelaires saw in a series of unfortunate events is eventually referred to as the Great Unknown. It appears a couple more times. It is my understanding that in the extended universe of the fiction, it's explained more thoroughly. I've never really had an interest in that, though. For me, the most powerful version of its existence is just that one scene of the book, a question mark, vast, unknowable, the almost eldritch cognitive dissonance of desperately wanting to know more while simultaneously understanding there are things that are simply beyond us. I think about the great unknown a lot. Here, under a pressure which, if loosened in a fraction of a second, would make amorphous tissue of our bodies, breathing our own homemade atmosphere. Here, I was privileged to peer out and actually see the creatures which had evolved in the blackness of a blue midnight which, since the ocean was born, had known no following day. Here, I was privileged to sit and try to crystallize what I observed through inadequate eyes and to interpret with a mind wholly unequal to the task. To the ever-recurring question, how did it feel? I can only quote the words of Herbert Spencer. I felt like an infinitesimal atom, floating.
The first giant squid ever caught on video was in 2006, and not only was it caught on camera, it was caught. Snared on a line and dragged to the surface, the writhing mass of tentacles is striking, yes, but a far cry from the
Vabbè, se vai nel loro
tragic
negozio principale di
horrified
Genova
by air, crushed by its own self. It, like the repulsive, exquisite hidden face of an iceberg, feels intellectually exciting, but spiritually conflicted. The magic of the world revealed and reduced simultaneously. In roaring he shall rise, and on the surface die. In 1990, Bernard Hoogelmans wrote an article for the, stay with me, Journal of Cryptozoology. The piece's name alone is worth the price of admission. The metamorphosis of unknown animals into fabulous beasts, and fabulous beasts into known animals. In it, Hoogelmans traces the path that human imagination walks again and again. Tales of an impossible creature arise, a kraken, a mermaid, a blob, and pass into the realm of legend, mythologized by community, while rejected by the era's scientific concept of the world. Then, the reality of the myth is revealed by, for example, a sailor returning from the sea with a 19-foot-long tentacle. And quickly the myth is once again bound by terrestrial ways of thinking. The Kraken is classified into the giant and colossal squid, mermaids are retitled manatees, 5 to 7 tons of beach-bound protoplasm has the same molecular structure as a whale. Fabulous beasts are relegated to the more respectable, less spectacular title of known animals. And yet, 7 years and 13 years after that undulating Architeuthis was pulled to open air, researchers followed the squid down, submitting to its world instead of demanding it submit to ours. Captured on video, but this time unrestrained, the squid is a wholly different creature, an alien of massive size and unknowable intelligence, gliding through the deep like a dancer. The Kraken reveals itself again. Monsters are not about to die. Not that they are eternal. Surely they were born with human thought and will vanish with it. Yet I wish a long survival to all the animals of flesh and blood that were successively embodied in them, that somehow fed them and kept them alive, all for the comfort of our souls. We owe them that, at least. The difference is a matter of deference. I do not mean to imply that the deep should keep its mysteries forever. I delight in every new taxonomy, obsessed with new answers raising new questions. But the romantic, poetic side of me knows that sightings of the true legends have to be proved. We cannot understand those depths by the refuse that floats to its surface. Meeting the great unknown on its own turf requires a sort of surrender. We must give ourselves to the deep, before the deep will give its knowledge in return.
Hello everybody, today we're going to be covering the final part of the Divine Comedy with Dante's journey through heaven and Paradiso. Inferno is without a doubt the most famous and remembered part of the series because of all the bizarre descriptions of who's in hell and how people are tortured there. And Purgatorio kind of exists within the public conscience as this weird story of penance for repentant sinners. But pretty much no one knows about Paradiso. They hear weird details like there's a giant eagle bird and a cross made out of people, and that's like it. And I think that's a shame, because for one, the giant eagle person is one of the least favorite details of the whole story. And two, I think Paradiso may be my favorite part. Some of my favorite aspects of Inferno and Purgatorio were these greater concepts of existence and how the divine applies to humanity and what God means to the individual and things like that. Now that's not to say I see Dante as any final authority when it comes to belief, but just the idea that hundreds of years ago another Christian had the same ideas and broader concepts of religion itself that I have this day is weirdly comforting. So if you're either here for that kind of thing, or here to see who's on which tiers of heaven, or, just jokes about Florence and Italian politics in general, then we have you covered. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, we break down Dante's journey through the 9 layers of heaven. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So where we left off in Purgatorio, Dante and Statius were in the Garden of Eden and were now made clean of their sins in order to begin their ascent into heaven. If you'll remember, Virgil could not enter into the garden, and instead Beatrice took over as Dante's guide. Through hell and purgatory, Virgil explained to Dante the concepts that he could not understand. But now that Dante's been cleansed of his sins upon entering the garden, there's nothing more that Virgil can explain to him. So it's now up to Beatrice to explain to him heaven and divinity itself. It seems that whenever Dante reaches an equal level of knowledge as his guide, that a new guide steps in order to take him to the next level. So now at the beginning of Paradiso, Dante and Beatrice begin their ascent into heaven. However, for some reason, Statius isn't there anymore. Now it's explained later in the story that whenever a soul becomes cleansed through purgatory, or they either died righteous and went straight to heaven, that they immediately go from that to their assigned level of heaven. The same as it was in hell, that whenever a soul dies, they don't do what Dante did and walk through all the layers until they get to their stopping point, they're immediately cast to their respective level. So because of that, we can assume that Stadius' absence means that he immediately went to his assigned place in paradise. However, he's never mentioned through the entirety of Paradiso. So at the beginning of our story, Dante and Beatrice are ascending to the realm of God's light. Dante in his writing asks Apollo to help him describe the sights that he's seen, another reference to mythology. As they rise, Beatrice explains to Dante that the reason that they are able to begin ascending into the heavens is because they are now untethered by sin. According to her, all of creation is a part of God. So therefore, all of creation has a natural force that pulls it back to God. The only thing that keeps humanity from rising to its natural position on God's side, or as Beatrice calls God, the primal source, is sin itself. This goes in line with the teachings of Virgil throughout the story, that sin is essentially an absence or distance created between God and man. So because Dante's sins were cleansed in the Garden of Eden, he is now able to naturally fall in place in the heavenly domain. The first thing that Dante notices, other than, the fact that he's floating into the stars, is that he can view the sun directly. Beatrice explains to him that the sun is powered by God's love, and the reason that people on earth can't stare at it directly is because God's love is too blinding to the natural sight. But now for the first time, Dante can experience the love of the sun completely unbridled. Beatrice explains that this is only the beginning. And as we'll see through the rest of this story, as Dante continues to rise through the different tiers of heaven, he gains new physical abilities, like being able to stare at the sun, because his body is becoming less human and more divine. Before he gets to the first tier, Dante warns the readers that if anyone is not experienced with, quote, eating of angel bread, or in other words, studying the scriptures, then they should probably stop now because the waters are too deep for the unexperienced. But that didn't stop me because I can't read, so we're on to the first tier. And the first tier of heaven is the moon. No, I'm not kidding. This is one of the wildest parts of Paradiso to me, and I hate that it doesn't get more attention because this is such a cool idea. The 9 tiers of heaven are the 9 heavenly bodies in our solar system. This is such an insanely cool concept to me, the idea that like the moon and Saturn and Mercury and all of the planets are the dividing tiers of heaven itself. Now this is based off a 14th century understanding of the solar system. So according to Dante, the Earth is at the center and the sun is like the 4th planet out. But I don't care, this is so cool, I love it. And you know what makes this even cooler? As soon as Dante and Beatrice step foot on the moon, Dante asks if this is where Cain is. Because apparently there was a belief in the church at this time that whenever Cain was banished to walk the earth forever, that God banished him to the moon as it was technically a part of Earth or his system. So much so that the craters of the moon were referred to by many at the time as the marks of Cain. That is one of the coolest concepts I have ever heard. And like this, I read that immediately after reading that the moon was the first tier, and this was just like crack to me. I love this. Dante does this thing a lot throughout the Divine Comedy, where he will have the character of Dante ask a question so that someone else in the story can refute that talking point. So whenever the character of Dante asks if this is where Cain is, Beatrice tells him that that's untrue and disbelieved by people on Earth. And in actuality, the reason that the moon has these dark spots is because the light of the moon is reflected differently on different parts of the structure. I mean, which is a good guess for the time. It comes Dante's things about like big holes on it. Beatrice explains to Dante that there are 9 layers of heaven itself, with a 10th layer encompassing the entire thing known as the Empyrean. It's within this 10th layer that God himself resides. The 9th layer, or the second outermost layer counting the layer that contains God himself, is known as the crystalline. The crystalline soaks in the love and divinity of God and diffuses it across the other heavenly layers. And the 8th layer, just below the crystalline, contains the fixed stars, also known as the constellations. These constellations act as guides that directs God's love that is now crossed over into the crystalline and then projects it throughout Earth and the rest of the heavenly systems. To make everything that I said less confusing, layers 1 through 7 contain actual souls that reside in heaven, and then layers 8 and 9, which are the fixed stars and the crystalline respectively, exist to transmit God's love and essentially keep all of reality in working order. And then finally you have the 10th layer, or the Empyrean outside of that, which is God himself. In other words, we're going to have 7 layers of souls based on their merit, and then a final 3 layers of just pure brain-melting universe stuff. So which souls, you may ask, are on the first layer of heaven here on the moon? Well, according to Beatrice, these are the souls who were inconsistent. As Dante and Beatrice were speaking, cloudy figures begin to surround them, with their faces moving in and out of the visible spectrum. As you can imagine, each layer of heaven has an increased level of blessedness compared to the last. We'll get more into the specifics of how this all relates in the entirety of heaven itself in a moment, but for now, Dante begins to speak to one of the souls on this tier, named Picarda. If you'll remember during Purgatorio, on the glutton tier of Purgatory, there was a man by the name of Forci with his friend Forso, who explained to Dante how the glutton tier worked. That man is the brother of Picarda. They were 2 people who Dante knew in life, and he's now seeing them in the afterlife. Picarda explains that she is a former nun who neglected her vows and essentially turned her back on the promises she made to God, which is what placed her in this first tier of heaven. Again, we're talking about heaven now. This isn't purgatory. So it's not like the tiers are any form of punishment. You are just rewarded based on the merits you did in life. Dante asks Picarda if she's content spending eternity on what is considered to him a lower form of heaven. Picarda explains that want and desire itself is a purely human condition that is removed from a soul whenever it enters heaven, because everything in heaven follows a perfect and exact order. Because of that, Picarda has no desires beyond that of what she should desire, which is her existence as it is. Because of that, there's no bitterness or want for a soul to go to a different layer than the one that it's currently on, because everything is exactly as it should be. Because of that, heaven has no punishments or deficiency. It's simply different levels of blessing. Even as Dante's talking to Picarda, he says that she smiles with love's first flame of love. This is again a reference to love's first flame, in other words, that of Jesus. So even on this first tier of heaven, he sees that Picarda demonstrates a pure form of love. After the conversation, Picarda begins singing Ave as she fades away. Dante then turns to look at Beatrice and notices that she is strikingly more beautiful and radiant. Beatrice explains that her heavenly form would be too much to show Dante uncensored. So because of this, as Dante rises through the tiers of heaven, Beatrice's true form will become more and more apparent. So there is some mention in every tier of heaven of Dante looking at Beatrice, and she is unspeakably more beautiful than when he last saw her. After the souls of the moon vanish, that is a fantastic sentence, Dante begins to ask Beatrice a question, but Beatrice stops him as she can already tell what he's about to ask. He has 2 questions, the first one being, how can merit be reduced if it's by force? And the second being, how are souls residing in the stars, as that is an idea
Allora, stiamo sistemando bene oggi o no?
Plato.
Oh,
In
sì.
other words, how is
L'iPhone 8
Plato
Plus l'hai
right
sbloccato?
if he existed
Raga,
before
Antonio,
Christ and what
hai bisogno così tanto dell'iPhone 8 Plus, ma te lo faccio adesso.
question? Beatrice says
Ragazzo, hai sentito Gianluca adesso che è venduto? Se non lo facciamo non lo vendiamo.
She says that souls do not exist in the stars. However, this makes no sense. We're already on tier 1, which is the moon, and there's already souls existing there. So what does that mean? Beatrice elaborates and says that every soul in heaven exists in the Empyrean with God himself. Dante, who is still a human simply experiencing heaven and not yet becoming a part of it, could not possibly fathom how souls exist in their own being in unison with the Creator, but also with different levels of blessings. It's a concept that's just beyond anything humans are aware of. So in order for Dante to better visualize it in a way that humans can understand, these tiers have been broken up to show him the progression of blessings in heaven. Even though in heaven or the Empyrean itself, there is no division of souls and all are happy, this is the easiest way to get the idea across to Dante. And in a greater sense, this serves as an overall statement for the entirety of the Divine Comedy. Everything that Dante's been saying isn't literal, but representative. Which, I don't know any YouTubers on the internet who would make jokes about him thinking this was all literal. That would be absurd. But the purpose of the Divine Comedy as it is written is to give people the idea or the essence of how souls could be either punished or rewarded on both sides of eternity. And the specific layers, rewards, and experiences are more so representative rather than a literal point that Dante's trying to get across. That also makes more sense of how a soul can be in heaven with God according to the Bible, but then here Dante sees them on the moon. Because this whole rising through the moons and different layers of the heavenly bodies is just so a human can better understand the concept of infinite paradise. And to answer Dante's first question, why is merit reduced if it's by force, is in reference to Piccarda herself. You see, in real life, Piccarda was a nun who left the church and renounced her vows so that she could marry in order to further her brother's interests. That brother being the one who I mentioned earlier as being in purgatory. And in real life, her brother pressured her into leaving the church so that he could further his own position. So Dante's question is, how can Piccarda be judged for that if it was someone else who pressured her into doing this bad thing? Beatrice explains that the primary judge of a human's character is their own will and spirit. And in a concept we're going to see expanded on later, a spirit is often judged by its merit rather than its actions. In other words, regardless of what causes you to yield or fall away from God, it's still yielding or falling away from God. Beatrice tells Dante that she could have simply refused and potentially cut off ties to her family, or she could have ran away, or any other option rather than betray the promise she made to Christ. Beatrice asks Dante to think of the martyrs, such as St. Lawrence, who was burned at the stake for believing in God. St. Lawrence represents the strongest of wills, and there may be other people out there who have a will just as strong as St. Lawrence, although they've never been tested. And then on the other side of the spectrum, you have people like Piccarda, who when they were tested, they fell away from God. You could have other people out there who are just as weak-willed as Piccarda, although they'll never break because they never experienced that test. Since God knows the heart and spirit of that human, he understands the perfect place for that soul to reside. And again, this isn't something that is punishment versus reward, it's just different levels of reward. If you have two children and one of them cleans their room and the other one doesn't, and you reward the good child with ice cream, that doesn't mean that you love the other child. It just means that you are rewarding a good action. Or as seen in heaven, God is rewarding strong will. In other words, there are no prizes for circumstance, only character. Beatrice continues and says that the evil of the world cannot justify another evil. If Piccarda's brother touching his sister into leaving the church could be justified, well then anyone who's not in a perfect condition could be justified for doing all kinds of atrocity. Societal pressure to just be good is not implicate goodwill, nor does societal pressure to be bad justify bad will. We're going to see this continue throughout Paradiso, where God continues to judge souls based on their will, not just their actions. Or as the book of 1 Samuel says, man looketh on the outward appearance, but the Lord looks on the heart. Dante also makes a note here that I like. He says that while some view questioning God as a bad thing, that questions in actuality draw people closer to God. That's actually how human intuition works. And that God should be able to question, or else he wouldn't be God. In other words, if someone seeks the truth, it will always
Più che
find
altro
God.
mi chiederanno
So because of this, Dante has
perché
another question.
poi la gente si risolve più segni.
Dante's question being, can someone think of four laws of battle? This again being in reference to Piccarda, who Dante just spoke to. Beatrice explains to Dante that God's single greatest gift to humanity was the gift of free will. The short version being that God created humanity and interrupted divinity in order to bring about the existence of choice. That's a really big deal. The entire reason that the tree existed in the Garden of Eden is because without it, there wasn't a choice to separate ourselves from God. So, because free will is such a big gift to humanity, a vow to God is a really, really big deal because it's returning the gift as a show of respect. The example Dante using here in Piccarda being a reference to nuns and priests who take Catholic vows to the church and to God, and in the cases of Piccarda, eventually break them. So all of that to say, Piccarda's in the first year of heaven. We're now on to the second tier of heaven, Mercury. Upon arriving at Mercury, the light is almost blinding as the sun is so powerful at this level that it overwhelms everything. Again, this being an example of God's love. When Dante and Beatrice arrive, 1,000 shining souls went up to Dante. Beatrice explains to Dante, the mercury is for those who serve their own self-interest. In other words, they did good things and are rewarded for it, but they did it in order to boost themselves instead of some higher purpose. Beatrice encourages Dante to ask one of the souls who they are, to which a soul replies that he is the Roman Emperor Justinian. Justinian is known historically for reforming the law code of Rome and establishing a new age of order. However, Justinian says here that he did it in order to serve himself and to support his own legacy. Justinian also explains that in the beginning of his rule he was a heretic until a Christian told him of Christ and he converted. After this, Dante looks over to Beatrice and is once again overwhelmed by her beauty. This is going to continue all of the tears. And once again, Beatrice precedes Dante's question. Dante asks how the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD was justified. And for short context, Jesus was crucified in Jerusalem around 33 AD. About 40 years later, in 70 AD, the Romans destroyed Jerusalem. The church at the time saw this as essentially a form of payback for Jerusalem, killing God. Dante's question is, if Jesus was supposed to come to earth to die for the sins of humanity, then why were the people that killed him punished for killing him? Beatrice explains that the people who killed Jesus were evil in spite of Jesus. In other words, the people who wanted him dead had no care for his greater purpose or destiny, and as a matter of fact tried to stop it in several instances. It's kind of like, well, not really, but I'm going to use this comedic example anyway. It's kind of like if you were trying to carjack, so you broke the window of a car, and then upon breaking the window of a car, you see that there was like a dog in the back seat that was getting, overheated in a hot car, and then you just left. Like, that doesn't mean carjacking is good now. I should also clarify that I, Wendigoon, am not saying this to justify the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. I'm just explaining the philosophy that Beatrice passes on to Dante in this question. Beatrice continues to elaborate on this and say that the very existence of Calvary was so that humanity could take part in their own salvation. In other words, there would be no understanding or greater purpose to the choice of salvation if not for Jesus becoming humble enough to become a person, come to earth, and then die to take the place of humanity's sins. And humanity crucifying Christ was not only an example of our own wickedness, but the fact that we did it ourselves and in a manner we can comprehend allows us to maintain the one thing that God decided mattered most for us, free will and choice. After this, Dante and Beatrice continue to ascend to the third level of heaven, Venus. Venus in Roman mythology is characterized as the goddess of love. That description is fitting, as this year is for people who did good things in life, however they continue to chase urges and desires while doing it. In other words, they were believers and virtuous people, however they had a lot of the same problems that the people in purgatory also have. Souls begin to approach Dante, who identifies himself as Charles Martel. Charles was a friend of Dante's and begins to speak about, you guessed it, the decline of Florence, and how several people throughout history, including his own lineage, turned wrong because they neglect their roles. Charles elaborates on this and says that many have a place that God wants them to fit into society where their blessings will be the most. However, several people want to follow their own pursuits in life and neglect what God has meant for them, and Charles says this is where the majority of problems arise. The example he gives for this is people who were meant to be preachers who instead chase the role of kings. Another soul there by the name of Kinesia says that she chased after earthly desires in life, and that's why she's on the third tier. Dante begins to ask if they regret their actions on earth, because, if they hadn't done those actions, they would theoretically be on the higher tier of heaven. Another soul by the name of Falco says that this isn't a concept that exists within heaven. Things like guilt, remorse, and regret are purely the consequences of sin. In heaven, there is no negativity or shame. So because of this, the souls do not experience regret for the things they did or didn't do in life. This is, as you can imagine, hard for Dante or anyone to really understand the idea of life without regret for past mistakes. But according to Falco, any form of negativity doesn't exist in heaven. And as mentioned earlier, everyone is content in their place. And also, doubly as mentioned earlier, they're not literally on Venus forever. These are, again, I guess, like a sort of presentation to Dante in order for him to better understand. Also, Caniza, the one who I mentioned as chasing after earthly desires. Well, her brother, Ezelino, was mentioned in Dante's Inferno. I didn't mention him at the time because he was a figure in Italian politics, as are a lot of characters in the story. But he was in the 7th tier of Hell, which was the violence tier, and specifically he was in the first part, which was the boiling river of blood. He was there because at the time he had killed a lot of people in Italy in order to further his political stance. So having a brother be all the way down there in tier 7 of Hell, and now having his sister be in tier 3 of Heaven, further emphasizes the point that Falco was making, that God can lead people into better gifts in their life, but instead people decide to further their own selfish desires, and that's what causes a lot of people to have Jesus' brother as an example. Also, Rahab from the Bible story of Jericho is here. Rahab was the one who was mentioned as being a prostitute, which is probably the reason that she is here in falling after earthly desires. But she was the one who helped the spies of Israel destroy the city of Jericho, meaning she followed after God's will, and here she's depicted as a beautiful, opulent soul. After this, Dante and Beatrice continued to rise until they hit the 4th tier, the sun. Like I said, the understanding of the solar system wasn't the best, but just roll with it. If you'll remember, I mentioned earlier that the sun was a show or representative of God's love. So fittingly, the people who reside on the 4th tier of heaven are people who sought knowledge of God while they were alive. This is also the turning point from the first 3 tiers of heaven being people who were good and all, but they had certain characteristics holding them back, and now transitions into different levels of rewards for acts done in life. So you can kind of separate tiers 1 through 3 as lower heaven, that's a weird phrase. Tiers 4 through 7 as upper heaven, or the rewards for different souls. And then tiers 8 through 10 as the wonky stuff we're going to see here in a little bit. Also, you may be thinking, aren't there tiers of heaven? Why does this video title say there's only 9 tiers? Because the 10th tier doesn't really count since it's the Empyrean, and that's where all the souls technically are, but there's 9 tiers to show the vision. And also because I want to keep the name of the thing the same. So, fight me. The light that Dante is seeing whenever he is in the sun is indescribable, as you can imagine, and flares of light begin to approach and encircle him. These flares of light later show their true form to Dante, as they are souls of leaders of the church. 2 flares approach them and identify themselves as Thomas Aquinas and Thomas's teacher, Albert the Great. Thomas Aquinas is a big figure in Catholic history, specifically among the Dominican group of Catholic idea, and he was a figure who Dante was very fond of and followed the teachings of. The theologians break out into a beautiful song, which is more accurately described as a noise of beauty. Dante is speaking to Thomas, also known as Saint Thomas Aquinas, when another flare appears and begins conversing with Thomas. The flare identifies itself as Saint Siger. While they were alive, Saint Siger and Saint Thomas were sort of rivals against each other before they had opposing views when it came to Christianity. However, here in heaven, they get along and join each other. This is an interesting turnabout for Dante, because what we've seen, or at least what I've jokingly pointed out the extent of seeing throughout the other tiers of the story, is that in Hell and Purgatory, he will kind of use it as a political or positional evidence. But here in heaven, he has Saint Siger, who, if you'll remember, Dante does not agree with because he follows the teachings of Saint Thomas. He has Saint Thomas and Saint Siger communing together in heaven and being friends, which is kind of cool, because it implies that, yeah, even though people on earth have differences in religion, they're both seeking the same truth. And once that truth is found, then they're both 2 people who have the exact same vigor and desire to find out information about God. So here we have them celebrate that. The souls of this tier begin circling around Dante as a sort of chandelier whenever Thomas senses that Dante has a question. Again, Dante can never ask a question through his entire story, and people just know he's about to ask before he does. It's kind of funny whenever you look at Inferno and all the questions he asks the souls he ran into, and then compare that to now when he just starts to open his mouth and they're like, nope, already have you covered. Dante's question is of the very nature of Saint Siger and Saint Thomas talking to each other. How can two people that had radically different tastes in life now be inversely seen as allies in heaven? Thomas gives a story of two people who sent from God for a message to earth. One of these people was that of burning love, and the other one was that of intelligence, one of a fiery passion and one of stoic wisdom. Thomas begins to talk of burning love and says that it is St. Francis. Now, to give you an idea, there were two primary branches of Catholicism, at least in monasteries at this time. One was those that followed St. Dominic, and the other were those that followed St. Francis. As mentioned earlier, Thomas Aquinas was a Dominican, so he followed St. Dominic. So here, as Thomas is talking about burning love, he's talking about the rival ideologies. He tells a story of how this burning love chased after a beautiful girl named Poverty. Again, as mentioned earlier, poverty is more specifically like humility and not boasting one's wealth. In other words, how the mindset of people like St. Francis should be seen as a good thing. He also says that poverty is a widow now, which is an interesting jab at modern churches of the time, implying that the church is now obsessed with wealth and status rather than the poverty it originally chased, leaving this personification of a woman as a lowly widow because the church has left her. St. Bonaventure appears, who was a Franciscan, and begins to praise St. Dominic. So you have these Franciscans and these Dominicans who are all existing together and praising each other. It's kind of hard to get across the severity of that now. For most of you, I probably just explained that it's really hard that they didn't like each other, and now how they do like each other, and definitely have an impact. But at the time, this was a really big deal. People were pretty diehard about what level of Catholicism or breed of Catholicism they went with. I mean, there were several wars over it. So now to have all of the figures in heaven communing together, like, yeah, St. Francis and St. Dominic never tried to kill each other, to my knowledge, but to have them all in fellowship of heaven because they were all chasing the same truth is really beautiful. I like it. They also point out other figures of the Bible who are in this here, such as that of the prophet Nathan, the one who stood before King David. Thomas begins to explain that all things are originally from God. However, nature and free will eventually allows evil and bad to corrupt what is good, and therefore all of these branching paths of humanity have their different needs and places within humanity as a whole. Again, perceiving Dante's questions, he answers questions about characters like King Solomon. King Solomon is mentioned in the Bible as having wisdom directly from God, and says that Solomon was a human who again was not created directly from God, and because of that he had his flaws. However, the wisdom was divine and was imparted by God directly. God will do that throughout history, according to Thomas, and insert gifts throughout humanity. However, the further that people go from direct access to God, the more decayed people enter the world. He goes further and says there were only two people who were ever made directly by God without interference of humanity, and that was Adam and Jesus. Adam being directly made by God, you think he would count, but he was created again as part of humanity after the first human was made, so it's like one step away. And the further humanity strays from individual aspects of God, the worse they get. Jesus was directly made on earth by God and was a part of himself with his son on earth as man. And that is the reason that he was sinless, because he was directly made by God and is God and man in one. Dante, who is still overwhelmed by everything that's happening right now, if it sounds like he's been quiet for a little bit, that's because he has. He's just kind of standing there stupefied at everything happening. I mean, understandably. He does finally get his first question of the story out when he asks how, whenever bodies join back to their souls, will they be able to take in this beauty. This comes from a belief mentioned in Revelations that in the end times, the souls of the dead and their bodies will reunite and then ascend to heaven. And then someone speaks up who has not spoken yet, that person being King Solomon, if you'll remember the one who is mentioned as having wisdom imparted on him by God himself, says that all aspects of deficiency in humanity are a product of sin and corruption. In other words, Dante at this moment being unable to take in all the lights and beauty around him is a product of an inferior human form. Solomon says that whenever the souls are reunited with their bodies and brought into heaven, they will be perfect and therefore capable of processing everything. After this, Dante and Beatrice continue to ascend into the fifth tier of heaven, Mars. Once again, upon reaching the fifth tier, Dante is overwhelmed by the magnificent light. At the end of each tier, as he begins to better understand why the souls that are present are here, he is able to process the light of that tier. But as soon as he moves into the next one, it's overwhelming once again. The light, as we continue to see it, is representative of God's knowledge and love. So it's overwhelming to Dante initially, but as he begins to process it, he's able to better take it in. Upon reaching the 5th tier, Dante looks over to Beatrice, who is laughing, and Dante says of her laugh, "The mind cannot follow it, nor words express her infinite sweetness." Dante begins to process what he's seen and realizes that the lights are actually a series of smaller lights that have now formed the shape of the cross. In the middle of the cross, he sees the visage of Christ himself. This visage, not even being Christ in his own glory, is indescribable to Dante. While standing there, he begins to hear a hymn that gives him the feeling of rising and conquering. This is fitting, as the 5th tier is reserved for warriors and martyrs. While pondering this, a shooting star comes to Dante and identifies himself as Dante's great-great-grandfather. His name's this I'm just going to call him Gramps. After being overjoyed with meeting each other, Gramps talks about, you guessed it, Italian politics. Specifically, he talks about how Florence was in his age, and how the families that were noble during his time have turned to civil treachery in the modern age. Gramps died in the Second Crusade, which is when men in this spot encountered. Dante asks Gramps what will become of him in the future. If you'll remember, souls have the ability to see into the future of their life. At least that's how it worked in hell. I don't really remember it coming up in the wrong. In fact, I'm probably wrong, but Gramps is going to know. That's all that matters. Also, the Divine Comedy was written around 1320. However, this really said that Easter week in 1300. So Dante is writing about a version of himself that's 20 years younger. Because of this, Gramps predicts the character Dante's future, which is the previous 20 years of the writer Dante's life. Gramps points out that souls cannot see exact futures that humanity will choose, only the possibilities that are left for humanity to choose. He had saw the conversation before about people having different places, the wills of God that they're supposed to follow, but sin and free will leading people away from that choice, so there's like, sort of butterfly effect. But Gramps gives Dante a short rundown of him being banished from Florence and eventually finding shelter with the Dante family, which is the very family that Dante was staying with as he wrote the Divine Comedy. Dante remarks, and I'm talking about the character Dante, remarks that he is worried about writing everything his Gramps said about the future down in his story, and Gramps encourages him to write because, as mentioned earlier, truth can only lead to God, and that can only be good. Dante feels a little iffy about writing down the future of Italy whenever he returns back home to write about all of this. If he returns home to write all this, he's not really sure what's going to happen to him at this point. But during his confusion, he looks at Beatrice, and it says that he forgets all of his worries. And while looking at her, Beatrice tells him to look at everything happening around him because he's in heaven, there's a lot to look at, and she remarks, "These eyes are not thy only paradise." It's getting a little steamy up on Mars, isn't it? Looking at the cross, he sees mighty warriors from Christian history, such as Charlemagne and his chief soldier Roland, as well as the judge Joshua from the Old Testament. Also, I am leaving a lot of symbolism, out of the story. You can draw your own conclusions between what characters are mentioned and names that are mentioned. But it is interesting how the names of the planets they rise to correspond to the thing happening on that planet. Like, for example, Mars, which was the tier of the warriors, is the Roman god of war. Venus was the Roman god of love, and that tier was for urges in humanity, etc. And that continues as we go on. Just wanted to mention that. I'm not dumb to it. I'm just trying to prioritize because this video is already... Yeah. With that, Dante and Beatrice rise to tier 6, Jupiter. Upon reaching this tier, Dante sees a series of bright stars that spell out the words, "Love justice, ye rulers of the earth." This is the opening verse of the Book of Wisdom, a book of the Bible that is accepted as being canon in most Catholic traditions and considered part of the Apocrypha or non-canon works in Protestant traditions. The verse is fitting as Jupiter is reserved for the just rulers and judges of earth, Or in other words, kings and other leaders that did as they were supposed to and followed God. After this, these stars, which Dante realizes are souls, begin to form the shape of a giant eagle. An eagle was also mentioned by Justinian as being a symbol of true leadership and power. The imagery of the eagle itself ties back into Rome, and if you couldn't tell at this point, Dante really liked Rome. So having the souls of kings formed into the shape of an eagle not only symbolizes the idea of unity for one purpose, that purpose being justice, but also the shape of the eagle means Dante really likes Rome. The eagle begins to speak using all of the combined voices of ancient rulers and says that all humans are subconsciously aware of God's justice. In other words, to some degree, no matter how far they push it down, every properly functioning person understands some level of right and wrong. The specifics of right and wrong can differ from where you're at, but the idea that people from far-off lands will be able to agree with people from other far-off lands that murder is not good is an example of God's will imprinted across all of humanity. Yet at the same time, none can 100% know the complete justice of God. Regardless of how much someone studies or tries to understand the mind of God, God is in himself perfect and omnipotent, and people can only hope to have a morsel of that. Because of that, perfect justice can never truly be comprehended. Dante decides to ask this eagle one of the hardest questions in all of Christianity, because of course he does. But again, the eagle perceives it before Dante even says it, and states his question, what happens to people who have never heard of Jesus Christ? This is obviously one of the most pressing questions in Christianity and human history, really. If the purpose of salvation is for humanity to maintain its free will and ability of choice, and that's all well and good whenever someone is presented the choice and then chooses to follow God or not follow God, then what of those people who are from places that God has never heard of in the first place? What is considered justice if the choice was never presented? The eagle simply says that God's grace is sufficient, and as it says in the Bible, every man in his own hour has had the opportunity to know God. This is a question in the story that I figured he was kind of gravel and I'll pick up again. But actually this concept comes up again later in the story and in an interesting way. The eagle continues and says that all who are in heaven know of Christ. However, several who are in hell also know of Christ. There were several people who probably were presented with the option of Christ or not, and they still chose to not follow him. The eagle also says that there were those in the Old Testament who believed in the prophecy of Christ and the word of the prophets, and then there are those after Christ who believe in Christ himself. The eagle remarks that these are the ones who are judged the most harshly in the afterlife. Because if someone knows the truth, and they not only have been presented with the choice, but of the doctrine related to that choice and of what true justice and evil is, and they still choose to do evil or stray away from God, then they absolutely have no excuse. The eagle remarks that those who use God's name unjustly or in order to further their own works will be banished to the deepest parts of hell. And alternatively, those who knew of the truth and followed it the most attentively are given the greatest rewards, as we've seen throughout the layers of heaven. An example of this you can think about the difference between Peter and Jesus. Both were men who followed Christ in his earthly ministry. Both heard all of his teachings, and both were as close to him as any person could possibly be. Peter used that knowledge to live and went on to begin the church and eventually die for the cause of Christ. And Judas, being God's best friend for over a decade and then selling him for money, not a great move. And look in Dante's story to the position of each. We know where Judas is next to the end of Inferno, and Peter, as we'll see in a little bit, is given a high realm of heaven. The most severe judgments are given to those who knew better. The eagle tells Dante to look into its eye to see the most righteous of rulers, and Dante sees figures like Constantine, King Hezekiah, and King David, a man after God's own heart. But bizarrely to Dante, two figures that are around the eye are Ripheus and Trajan. Ripheus is a fictional character from one of Virgil's poems, although in that poem he's mentioned as being one of the most righteous leaders of the Trojan military, and Trajan was a Roman.
Questo perché tu sei proprio lì, qui non vedi altro coso, prendi un altro componente positivo dall'altra parte. Il corte sono stanno prendendo un zombie. Quindi la voglia di. È quello che. Funziona adesso? Quindi era quello? Ma guarda un po', tutte le referenze erano giuste. In modo e io lo pago. Dici, quello che fai, quello tutto. Allora, cosa deve essere riusciti? Come un lasso. E uscito, l'ho preso da un altro, non so
Roman emperor who was known for being kind and good-hearted to his people, although he was never a Christian. This confuses Dante, and the eagle remarks that Trajan was given the opportunity to know God as God revealed it to him at the end of his life, and that Briphius was so steadfast in knowledge and truth that it naturally led him to finding God. So we have two examples, someone who was kind-hearted and God opened up a revelation of himself to them, and someone who sought the truth, and as mentioned earlier, the truth led to God. The eagle states that none can know the salvation of another, and the only soul that you are accountable for is your own. This goes back to the question that Dante asked of what of those who never knew of God, because here are two people who should not have known about God, yet here they are in the giant eagle thing. The eagle says that the Most High is willing to be conquered by love. So between these two characters who were given revelations of God, and that statement that God himself would allow himself to be conquered by love, and for him to understand it, and the idea that none can know the salvation of another, we're starting to see a few answers to Dante's big question. But as seen here, God's mercy is surpassing human understanding. With this, Dante and Beatrice move to tier 7, the final layer of soul inhabitants, Saturn. Whenever they get there, Dante notices that Beatrice isn't smiling. Before Dante can ask why, because Beatrice already knows the question, she says that she's not smiling because she's essentially growing more powerful or close to her true form every tier they go up. And if she was to smile right now, it would, quote, be as a thunderbolt and Dante would be as ash. So, if she was to smile, Dante would be immediately disintegrated. Insert the joke from the beginning about Sadius. Dante looks in front of him and sees an infinite ladder with lights descending down from it. Tier 7 is reserved for those who follow discipline and understanding. Whenever I was talking about the monastery vows in the first tier, if you were to follow through with those in life, you would be at tier 7. Dante asks the first soul he sees why there's the music. See, in every other tier, all the souls are singing, and there's this beautiful noise, and it was always inspiring, and the soul says that if they made the tier 7 music on Dante's tier, he would explode. It's so funny to imagine this guy who's so far out of his depths at this point. In the past, like, 48 hours, he went all the way through hell, purgatory, now in heaven. And they're like, you see that trumpet over there? You would be annihilated. So Dante, again, being Dante, immediately asks the soul about predestination. Predestination is a whole fuzzy topic in Christianity. Pretty much, it's the idea that, okay, all of humanity has a choice, right? Do you want to follow God or not follow God? Well, some argue the point that there is a certain number of people who are meant to follow God, but that contradicts the whole idea of free will and choice. And then people go, okay, well, isn't God all-knowing and exists outside of time and whatever? So if he's all-knowing and exists outside of time, then he can see the future, and he knows who's going to say yes and who's going to say no, which is the same thing as predestination. And then it's a whole argument of time, and if time's real, and everything else. So Dante walks to tier 7 and is immediately like, hey, tell me about the time paradox. To which the soul remarks that not even the seraphim who surround God on his throne could know the answer to this question. because, as I said, it's pretty much a paradox set on itself. And the soul remarks that whenever humans try to conjecture of something as big as predestination, they are essentially blowing mist from their brain, or in other words, hurting themselves. The soul that Dante is speaking to identifies himself as Peter Damien. Peter says that his successors, who are still alive on Earth, have become too opulent and forgotten the purpose of the monastery lifestyle. Again, a jab at the modern church. At the mention of modern successors, some of the souls around Peter lament, or in other words, they do the equivalent of being like, that's so weird. They make a noise implying that they're upset, like essentially a verbal idol. And again, because the beings on this tier of heaven are so powerful, just that involuntary noise immediately stuns Dante. So Dante's like frozen up and can't move, and Beatrice has to come calm him down because he's screaming and crying and throwing up, or he is on the inside at least, he still can't move. At this time, Saint Benedict approaches and says he agrees with Peter that the modern church is lame. Saint Benedict begins to climb the infinite ladder and invites Dante to follow him. The ladder is used a lot as a symbol, especially in Holy Catholic traditions, to symbolize that one can always rise to higher heights to prepare God, and then come down to minister on earth. The symbolism being the idea of Jacob's ladder, that God is always working on earth and in heaven. With this, Dante and Beatrice begin their ascent, essentially up Jacob's ladder, and cross over at some point during their ascent into the 8th tier. The 8th tier being that of the fixed stars. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the first 7 were for the different souls that inhabit them. They weren't really there, it was almost kind of like a play for Dante, I guess. But here at tier 8, we get into the universal workings of God. While climbing this infinite ladder, Dante begins to become more vigorous and able to better process things around him. He's rapidly learning the knowledge of God as he's making his way up. During this time, he begins to pass the fixed stars, or the constellations. He mentions his own as he passes it, which is Gemini. Dante's a Gemini. And Beatrice now tells him to look down, and he can finally, from this position, see Earth and its near insignificance in the great scheme of the heavens. Also, I forgot to mention, with Saint Benedict and the other souls of the 7th layer, their face was completely obscured from him. And they said that their visage was too beautiful for Dante to look on, that it would overwhelm his brain, and that he won't be able to see their face until he gets to the top of the ladder. So as Dante is climbing, the faces around him become more real as well. Beatrice then says that Dante is now ready to look upon her smile, and when Dante does, he says that it seems he has already found paradise. Aw. He looks out into this distance and sees a bright glowing star that overwhelms all the others. Beatrice says that this star is Christ himself and their eventual destination. Remember, that was just kind of the idea of Christ in the 5th tier. Christ on his throne is still yet to come. Right after this, another incredibly bright star appears, who is only overwhelmed in brightness by Christ himself, and that star is the Virgin Mary, who is being escorted through the heavens by the angel Gabriel. Dante describes her beauty and says that she is the rose wherein the world divine was made. And just as Gabriel gave her knowledge of Christ and divinity while she was on earth, now in the heavens, Gabriel is continuing to know her to the image of Christ. I'm not getting emotional, but saying that for the end. After they finally come to the top of the ladder, Beatrice explains that now Dante must be tested before he can truly enter heaven. Remember, real heaven's the 10th layer, and there's again showing. According to Beatrice, in order to enter heaven, one must understand faith, hope, and love. The 3 ideas that permeate Christianity and heaven itself. Now, normally when a soul dies and is in its perfect form, this is just naturally known, but because Dante is a very special case, he is going to be tested instead. I should also mention the whole faith, hope, and love thing comes from Thomas Aquinas, who was mentioned earlier in the story. So it's cool to see Dante apply the teachings of someone to the story here with Peter, and then also throw the character himself in the story. Standing before this sort of gateway, Beatrice asks the souls around her if any can test Dante and allow him entry into heaven. At that time, a blazing comet appears from the sky and spins around Beatrice and Dante before stopping and revealing himself to be Saint Peter the disciple. Peter exhorts Beatrice when he sees her and says how happy he is that the man she prayed for is now standing before him. Peter says that he can be the one to test Dante and asks him about the first topic, So Peter simply asks Dante, what is faith? To which Dante quotes Paul in Hebrews chapter 11, when Paul said, faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Peter asks Dante to elaborate on this and explains what he means by evidence and substance. Dante explains that hope is trust in the divine creator. Therefore, the concept of nature and existence itself is the substance of that hope, and that substance is proof against the powers, or as Paul said, the evidence of things not seen. Peter asks Dante, well, how do you know all of this? And Dante says the Holy Spirit tells him this as he is a believer, and he learns more of it through the Word of God. Finally, Peter asks, who or what do you have your faith in? And Dante says, the one true God and the Trinity of himself. He then goes into a lengthy thing about how nature itself shows evidence that God is real, and that seems to be a good answer for Peter. There's this moment before Dante is asked his next question that was incredibly powerful to me. While Dante is standing there, essentially on a cloud, overlooking the stars below him, he looks down at Earth, and for the last time, thinks of Florence. And it's here, for the first time in the story, Dante doesn't really care about Florence anymore. I mean, obviously, he still cares for the people he knew and the life that
Adesso premo così, se no devo metterlo indietro.
Perché l'hai inizializzato?
90% batteria.
Devi ricordare di cambiare così il basso.
899 cariche, cicli.
Ok.
90%, 80, sì, bisogna
Tu
sapere.
riesci a vedere quanto viene valutato un iPhone XR? O c'era solo Antonio?
Dovrebbe essere che c'era solamente Antonio.
Ok.
Sì, faccio un conto sconfiggere.
Ok, hai visto che comunque sia va fuori più punti, è importante nel caso vedere una persona con una camera termica, appunto dove appena vedi una modifica di riscaldamento quando c'è fuoco, perché a volte non si trovano, questo perché lo ho fatto fare, perché a volte sono porti talmente bassi che tu non li vedi, che sono porti da 20-30 mA, sono talmente bassi, non li vedi, vedi solo esclusivamente con la camera termica ed ha questa fluidificazione, perché tu scaldare non vedi niente, lo vedi solo dove hai una piccola luce, la camera termica, e lì viene da togliere due componenti perché ovviamente non puoi iniziare, non riscaldano. No, è peggio la resina, perché la resina senza il ghiaccio è più dura, quindi non lo vedi.
Minimo, non si sceglie
Non lo vedi proprio. Ok? Classe no, però è molto solamente sapevamo questo, adesso dopo guardo le ci sei?
Sì, sì,
Sicuro?
quindi ce lo apro, la batteria, se la batteria non vuole basso c'è un punto, ma sicuramente non ce l'ho da anticipato perché altrimenti c'è un valore a costruire sul connettore della batteria, quindi vado a prendere la certificato di 2 20 perché erano 3 poi dal 7
c'era un 8, ma un 8 difficilmente c'è le linee principali che sono grosse come voltaggio. Una volta è più difficile che va in corto, difficilmente proprio. Può essere anche va in corto una causata o qualcosa di secondario, ma quando c'è già su quello principale è difficile che va in corto.
Quindi vado a controllare il mine, il boost e basta. E se loro non sono un corto,
È impossibile.
perché se c'è un corto ce l'ho sempre sulle tre principali. Se l'ho visto con l'alimentatore sì.
Ok.
Mentre se l'ho visto con la
Mentre accendi, allora no, lì è su qualcosa di secondario, ovviamente no. Se lo vai a vedere quando accendi solo la batteria e ti dà un assorbimento,
linea principale.
per forza. Non c'è impossibile iniziare.
Anche su linea principale, perché possiamo vedere anche più corti. Però già sicuramente sulla linea principale.
Quando invece vai ad accenderlo e in corto c'è l'assorbimento, ce l'hai in accensione, ti ricordi che devi partire da 50-60 mA del massimo di 120 e andare gradualmente a salire. Tu quando fai così hai già un assorbimento di 1 ampere, 2 ampere, 3 ampere, vuol dire che vai in corto. Per quel caso il corto è su una secondaria, non più su una principale. Quindi
Ed è più difficile.
è di più difficile provare, quello che lo faccio fare, tranquillamente lo faccio vedere.
Vabbè, lo richiudo.
Lo richiudi, adesso ti do un'altra scheda con più o meno lo stesso identico corto, ma dovrebbe essere più semplice perché non è coperto da resina, vederlo. E questo perché l'ho fatto coperto da resina? Semplicemente perché a volte succede che tu scaldando, facendo un lavoro, non andando a coprire bene dove c'è la resina, rischi di fare staccare o mandare in corto un componente dell'interno e non si vedono, perché ovviamente c'è la resina che intelligente. E l'unico modo che tu hai per vederlo è con molta attenzione e con la camera tecnica, altrimenti non lo vedi.
No, devo comprare che ci sono non solo da comprare, su 50 euro.
Sì. Dove fai? Sì, perché il wifi qui ha solo fatto dopo la resina intorno e visto che funziona, però non va. Quindi questo qui è un lavoro che poi possiamo far fare se a me fatto il wifi. Allora,
in genere la utilizzo per lasciare la spalla sotto un secondo.
non è fatto la resina? Ok.
No, quello della spalla è quello che sono i distri.
Allora lo faccio prima provare sulla scheda basta, quindi ti faccio prendere la mano dopo. Vedi che non si attiva, come fai?
Questo c'è nel caso che si risponde il suo va bene, se si cambia va questo di programma, giusto?
Se si cambia va sbloccato fino all'X, riusciamo a sbloccarlo con il programma Backbone, sì. Se invece è dopo l'X va tolto la memoria e letta è sbloccata dall'interno del programma. Ok? Viene sempre quel tipo di programma. Quindi adesso stiamo facendo quello. Pensa un attimo cosa vuoi fare, metti il sotto e stage D, iPhone 7, luce, camere.
Helps everything works out okay. But he is now being questioned by Peter the Apostle to get entry into the infinite grace of heaven, as Beatrice, who is standing next to him, walked through hell in order to drag him up the mountain of purgatory, and now standing before the pearly gates. And for the first time he realizes, perhaps this journey is greater than myself. And this is the last time he mentions Florence. And it's, I don't know, for me he was like making a bunch of jokes about it because it was funny and I did enjoy it. To get here at the end and to envision Dante, he was so scared when this all started, he had no idea what was going on. Now standing at the gates of heaven, looking down at earth, at this little city of Florence, and thinking that maybe what he's doing now is greater than himself. It was very touching. Impressive. While thinking this, another comet appears and identifies himself as James the Apostle. Saint James quizzes Dante on hope. Before the question is asked, Beatrice says that there is no one alive who has more hope than Dante. Aww. I think, maybe. That's kind of an insult depending on how you view it, but I think it's sweet. Dante says that hope is an expectation for God to do what he said he will do. He says that this hope was instilled in him by the Psalms and by James's own writings. James then says, well, what is it that you hope for? And Dante quotes the book of Isaiah by saying he hopes to return to companionship with God. So Dante's 2 for 3, and a final comet arrives to ask him his last question. This comet is so bright that as soon as it approaches, Dante immediately goes blind. Dante's a little panicked by this, but Beatrice tells him it'll go away. Probably. The comet that appeared identified himself as Saint John, the 11th apostle. And fittingly, John is here to ask Dante about love. You know, Dante who is now blind and laying on the floor. And John's like, what? Explain what love is. John asks Dante, what is his soul's eventual goal? And Dante says, to be in communion with Christ, beginning and end of all love. John asks, how do you plan to come into communion with Christ? And Dante says, through the scriptures and through philosophy and understanding of nature itself. During this conversation, Dante, who is talking about how nature makes a better understanding of the works of God, and says that he observes nature through his eyes, which he says are the gateways to which Beatrice lit the primordial fire. Aww. Again, there's another mention of Beatrice being that Christ figure, or that idea of her carrying on the original love of Christ himself. Dante says, how could he resist the things that are in him that draw him closer to God with every amount of understanding he gains? And most importantly, how could he neglect the God of creation who would die for his own soul? With this final understanding of Calvary and true love, Dante's eyes are reopened as he is now made more powerful than in previous years and is now able to continue on. Dante can now see and instead sees 4 people in front of him instead of just 3. Peter, James, and John are still there, although the 4th one identifies himself as Adam. Dante immediately jumps up and refers to Adam as Father, which is technically correct. As soon as Dante jumps up, Adam immediately perceives 3 questions from him, which is hilarious. Like, Adam's just looking at him, and as soon as Dante sees who it is, it says Father, and then 3 questions instantly pop into his brain. The 3 questions are, how long were you in Eden? Why did you make God so mad for eating the fruit? And what language did you speak? The last one about language is because Dante has written books about how languages dissolve and change over time, which was really revolutionary stuff in his day. And to support this theory, Adam says that language in that Eve spoke is completely vanished from the earth now, and it's changed so much it's unrecognizable. The second question that Dante asked about the apple is a question some people have: why was it wrong to eat the tree in the Garden of Eden? But Adam explains it was not eating fruit that was the sin, it was the direct disobedience of God that caused us to leave the garden, and the choice to do so that we took on ourselves. This is the craziest part. So it's a thing in Christian theology that no one really knows how long Adam and Eve were in the garden for. Could have been, months, years, could have been 1,000 years for all we know. We just know that they were in the garden, death did not exist, and then they ate of the tree of knowledge, and then were kicked out of the garden, and that's kind of the start of humanity's timeline. So how long do you want to guess that in Paradiso Adam says he was in the garden? A year? A couple months? A week? 6 hours. According to Dante, Adam and Eve were in the garden for like a few minutes, and were immediately like, that's the tree we're not supposed to eat? This one right here, don't eat this. Okay, so they were in Eden for 6 hours, and then Adam says that he was on earth for 900 years before he died, was in hell, as mentioned in Inferno, because there not been a sin check, and that he spent 4,000 years in hell before God brought him out, and he's lived the last about 1,300 years in heaven. At this, Dante is now ready to enter into the higher worlds of heaven, and he says a song erupts from the clouds that he describes as a universal storm. And then, all of a sudden, and what's probably the weirdest part of the story, Peter turns red, I mean like physically red. The skies and the clouds turn red. There's like a thundering, and everyone starts screaming as Peter and the others explode in anger over the current state of the church. This was like a jump scare for me reading this, because it's like, oh, I'm ready to ascend to heaven, everyone's happy. Peter's face is red, thunder from the clouds. I thought someone died. I had no idea what was going on. going on. And then it's just another place for Dante to make fun of the church. Specifically, Pope Boniface VIII, who is the current head of the Catholic Church at the time of Dante's writing. And also, if you'll remember the whole Pope thing, yeah, I'm bringing it back. That was reserved for him. Dante really does not like this guy, but banishing Dante from Florence. Peter does say some pretty hard lines here, though. So for those that don't know, Peter was crucified upside down. He was going to be crucified upside down because he said he wasn't worthy to die the same way Jesus did. Anyway, and many consider him to be the first or one of the first martyrs of the church. So Peter says that his blood has been nothing more than clean blood, which is pretty metal, I gotta admit. He then tells Dante to write all of this down because, again, the truth is with God, if it without God, it will perish. And with this, Dante and Beatrice rise to the ninth tier of heaven, the crystal, also known as the Heaven. Upon entering this tier, Dante sees that there are no stars or anything visible to them. Beatrice explains that that's because the crystalline exists solely within the love of God. And as mentioned earlier, it is used to infuse God's love into the other layers of the heavens. So they are essentially in God's subconscious. This is also the outermost layer of reality itself, because the only remaining tier exists outside of time and reality as the home of heaven, God, Christ, and all the souls. Dante looks and sees a series of 9 rings rotating around each other. These 9 rings being that of Earth, and then the 8 heavenly rings that they've already passed. The rings spin based on the amount of God's power. So on the outside it is very powerful, while the inside is slow as God's love travels down the middle. As mentioned earlier, the farther removed one is from God himself and the creation, the more decay and nuance there is to blessed gifts. Beatrice also explains that each of these layers have their respective angel over them. But the normal angels are the ones who are set on earth. The archangels sit on the first tier, and then it works itself all the way back until the highest level of the heavens is inhabited by the cherubim. There's a whole passage here where Beatrice explains that creation itself was made to reflect God's light, and that God did not create people because he was incomplete, because he was God, complete, but instead to reflect his own light back onto himself. In other words, an extension, not a completion. Beatrice explains that the reason God created humanity and not just the angels is because the angels have a completely different experience of existence than people do. Angels do not experience things like will and memories according to Beatrice, and as mentioned earlier, humanity was created in order to establish free will. Beatrice warns that these concepts are dangerous, as most often people who play with them simply have a love of showy thoughts and are false teachers who are trying to I guess excluding Dante, but that warning message from Beatrice does work because it kind of hinders the idea that Dante is putting this in here in order to say exactly how existence is, just more so to present the idea for the story and the overarching idea of God's grace. She explains that as each of the 9 different kinds of angels reflect God's grace differently, so does humanity the same way. Also, during this conversation, Dante is so overwhelmed by the beauty of her rather than the world around her that he can't even put it to words. And then finally, Dante and Beatrice cross into the final layer of heaven, also the true layer of heaven, the Empyrean. In the Empyrean, time doesn't exist. Understanding and existence as we know it doesn't exist. And because of that, he's having trouble recollecting or writing down everything he saw, although the emotions that he felt are still there. To the best of his knowledge, as he can describe or give the idea of what he experienced, he said that it was a realm outside of space and time, where initially all he could see were these infinite beautiful fields and rivers and mountains that all seemed to be composed of pure light. Everything from the water to the flowers seemed to be filled with these giant sparks. Beatrice leads Dante to a river and asks him to drink of it. This river is the final level of knowledge that Dante will grasp throughout the Divine Comedy. It is the unbridled, uncensored knowledge of creation and existence itself. And as soon as Dante drinks of it, everything around him changes. Instead of seeing these fields and other things that his human brain is trying to process what's happening into something he can understand, Dante is for the first time shown reality unveiled. He now sees infinite rows of saints and angels mingled together in divine existence. He describes it as a snow-white rose, with each petal being an infinite array of divine creature. The river that he drank from travels its way up into the center of the rose, where eventually God himself resides. The rose itself is seen historically as a symbol of love. So the idea that the foundation and structure of heaven itself is a picture of love further goes back to Dante's philosophy. Dante is overwhelmed by this, and he turns to talk to Beatrice. Turns to talk to her, she's now gone. In her place, there is a man standing there, and when Dante asks what happened to Beatrice, he points out that she has taken her spot in the heavenly choir. The purpose of Dante having these guides was so that he could better understand what he was not capable of, and that whenever he made it to that understanding, as I explained at the beginning of this video, he no longer needs to step out on his own. Just as Virgil walked all the way through hell and purgatory until Dante was cleansed by the fire and Virgil would no longer help him, now that Dante has taken part of the river of God, he no longer needs Beatrice. Dante sees Beatrice in all of her beauty, sitting on a throne surrounded by lovely characters throughout history. See, it says throughout the Bible that and that souls in eternity are always present in the presence of God. So now, all of the souls as he sees are in one accord around the divine creator himself. This is why earlier they had to appear on different levels or tiers as he traveled through heaven, because Dante couldn't comprehend everyone being together in the same place of one accord, but some receiving more blessings than others. Again, it was all representative of the perfect creation that is before him. So seeing Beatrice on her throne, out there, in front of God himself, Dante gives her a prayer of thanksgiving. In that prayer, he says, O Lady, thou in whom my hopes are placed, whom for my sake was not scorned, in hell to leave the traces of thy footsteps marked. So, I've talked about this a little bit before with Beatrice, especially Beatrice is the stand-in for Jesus Christ. She is the one who sacrificed her place to go to Dante and make sure that he could So, in this part, when Dante is giving thanks to her, it is a symbolic representation of giving thanks to God, and more specifically, Jesus Christ, the divine or primal love that has described both Jesus and Beatrice throughout the song. So again, as a Christian, see that's the thing, the end of Purgatorio got me, and this entire time reading this, I was waiting for this to get me. And then with Dante's prayer towards Christ and Beatrice, essentially. He did it again. I knew he would. He get me again. And that part about thou in whom my hopes have rest, the one who walked through hell, or more beautifully as he says it, the traces of thy footsteps marked for my safety. For all my eyes have seen, I, to thy power and goodness, virtue owe and grace. Of slave, thou hast to freedom brought me, and no means for my deliverance apt has left untried. In other words, I was a slave to my sin, but now you would have done whatever it took to bring me into heaven, and there's no stone left unturned where I am now. Thy liberal bounty still toward me keep, advance by saying, in my spirit, which thou hast made whole, is risen from this body, it may find favor. It's just like the part really got me earlier in Paradiso, all the way back at the moon. The reason I emphasize that point so much, when Beatrice explained that this is all representative, that this isn't really what it's like. People don't really live on the moon as these like ghost things forever. This is just so that human this is a land outside of the tomb. It's a big concept for anyone. And I like that point because it makes me think about a lot of the drugs throughout the story is representative. And I always, obviously there's symbolism, but the idea that Dante meant it. So I think about Virgil, a poet that he was a fan of in his day, and how Virgil relates to the spiritual leader that Dante may have had in his life, or Jesus Christ, or all these characters and journeys. How I was viewing it, and I think a lot of people view it as just a fictional, fun story going through heaven and hell. But when you see it as the idea or the visage of the Christian life, or of a believer who lost his way and then found his way to God's side, it's humbling. And I really like the story. So then Dante, after saying this prayer, turns to the man next to him and asks who he is. Remember, every time that a new task has appeared that Dante does not know how to deal with, someone else knows that task comes through. It was first Virgil, Beatrice, and now his new guy for the end of the story, St. Bernard. St. Bernard is known historically that when he was a young boy, he had visions of God's throne. So now here he is to lead Dante to the last leg of his journey, viewing God. He points out to Dante that near the center of the flower, Virgin Mary sits on the throne. She outshines everyone else and goes to God herself. Sitting around her feet are Eve, Rachel, Sarah, Rebecca, and other matriarchs of the Bible. Mary sits on top of a wall, and further down, also sitting on top of that wall, is John the Baptist. John the Baptist being the forerunner and cousin of Christ when he passed earth. The wall that they are sitting upon divides those who existed before Christ and those who existed after Christ. Again, a visual representation of two different periods of belief in the Bible. He sees leaders of the church such as Augustine, Francis, and Benedict, as well as several children of worship among others, who St. Bernard says were too young to worship God. In other words, they were too young to understand the concepts of sin and free will, so here they exist in the heavenly choir. Dante asks St. Bernard this, and St. Bernard says that God sees the soul, and those who never have the capability to understand are under grace. This is what I meant earlier when I said the question that Dante poses of what if those who have never known Christ, it seems is kind of answered here, at least with Dante's view. Dante sees heaven and earth as one of the relationships like John, Moses, Anna, and Lucia. Lucy, if you'll remember, was the one that told Beatrice of Dante's plight. St. Bernard then asks the Virgin Mary to give Dante strength and tells Dante that it is now time for him to meet God. The entire time I was reading through Paradiso, I was wondering what Dante was going to do about God and Jesus and them on the throne. I was almost nervous to see if he would drop the ball right at the end. And I'm happy to say I don't think he did. At least in my opinion. You could think it's like, but this is kind of what I was hoping. And of course what I'm hoping is abstract concepts, because have you watched the channel? He says immediately upon looking at the message of God, all of memory is wiped from his head. Because memory, as Dante describes it, is a human need for an inferior existence. We don't exist all at once. We work through time. So because of that, we have to remember our past. But when looking at God, all desire, all needs, all of existence was completely put away. Because as Dante says, all of love and desire was gathered in the one image. And because of that, his memory left him as he simply didn't need it anymore. Because of that, Dante cannot remember directly what he saw to write about it now. He said, as if it were a dream, that when you wake up, you completely forget that the emotions and the feeling of those images still remains present. And Dante says that now, while writing, he can still feel he describes what he sees as a universal truth, and he says upon viewing it, his existence was removed from time itself. In that moment that could have been seconds or eons, he was infinitely satisfied. He refers to it as an abyss of radiance where all is complete. He says it's as if every single piece of his existence and his experience on earth, all the people he ever met, all of nature, all of politics, all of everything were pages. And just now he's realizing that they were all pages laid about but not complete, and that looking at this image was a where the image began or ended at. But he says it absorbed all of goodness and desire, and that he understood finally that all good things and love itself that comes from earth comes from this single image. Dante tries to describe it with words, and again, this is like the idea of a memory that is working. He says, deep within this massive image, there seem to be three sort of rings. One of them had the appearance of a sort of brilliant rainbow of colors that swirled in and out of each other. The second ring reflected the image of the first ring back onto it and shone with a bright golden brilliance. And the final ring was as hundreds of fire that kept swirling in and out of itself as it passed between the other two rings. Finally, Dante says that deeply, faintly, while using all of his power and focus to stare into the second ring, the one that reflects back on the first one, he could see within it. So, the first ring, the one that shone with all the colors indescribable in and out of itself, was his mind trying to call him God on the throne. The second ring that reflected the image of God back home, so it made it more brilliant and beautiful, is Jesus Christ. And the fiery spinning ring that moves between the other two is the Holy Spirit. The Trinity made in one now viewable to Dante in heaven. And then deep within the second ring, Dante could see the body of Christ. Jesus Christ, now reunified with his heavenly power as an infinitely, indescribably beautiful and powerful visage. And as the Bible says, if God created man in his own image, then the form in the middle of the rings is God incarnate. Dante says the soul is now clearly coming within and the original source of existence itself. And in the final 4 lines of the Divine Comedy, Dante says, here, vigor failed the towering fantasy, but yet the will rolled onward, like a wheel in even motion, like a love in battle, that moves the sun in heaven and all the stars. And that's it. With that, we have the ending of the Divine Comedy. We end with Dante viewing the visage of God and then being unable to describe it afterwards. Considering he talks throughout the story of how now, while writing it, he's having trouble recall his entire tale, maybe he made it back to Earth. Maybe he's writing this from some afterlife. We're not sure. Considering Gramps gave him the vision of his exile, I imagine he did return to Earth with the same a lot of the stuff he said makes sense, such as telling Beatrice where the soul was I love that ending, that despite his victory, he couldn't stand up to the beast but continues to say that his will in motion with the Lord. That final word I love, moves the sun in heaven and all the stars. What a great ending to the guy who just climbed his way through all of the stars and got to see the origin of existence itself, and ends with this nice little note that everything is still as it should be. God is still on the throne. And also, all the parts of Divine Comedy look at the word stars. At the end of Inferno, they said that they once again hold the stars. At the end of Purgatorio, they said they're fit for rising of the stars. And at the end, it's the love that moves the sun in heaven and all the stars. The Divine Comedy was a fantastic read. I'm really impressed and both saddened that it's as good as it was. I'm impressed because I kind of assumed this would just be entirely biblical fan fiction, and I joked about it a lot with but there was some concepts that I did not expect to run into or to confront myself with while reading this. And a little disappointed because Inferno gets all the credit, at least in the United States. I saw some comments saying that the entire thing was ignored. But in the United States, people just don't Inferno. Purgatorio and Paradiso were so good. I absolutely love this. I absolutely love Paradiso. I would be thrilled to continue to do more videos regarding not just theological groups, although I would like to do some Paradise Lost, for example, or I guess biblical fan fiction type stuff like Dante's works, but I would also like to do things like Shakespeare because I'm here, or I would really love to do Lovecraft's works, or even some of the really old stuff like Homer. I had a lot of fun doing this. If you stuck around this long, please tolerate it. And if this is being shown in a classroom right now, as I'm told some of these videos are, I'm so sorry. But I love this story. It not only made me enjoy Dante's art storytelling and the Divine Comedy itself. it made me look at a lot of questions in my own faith and a lot of ways to use it. And obviously, you know, I don't 100% see Dante as any final authority, or I'm not even Catholic, so we're already way off on those standards. But for me now, in 2022, to have beliefs of God and to have questions about existence and faith, and then to see that a Catholic poet from the 1300s had the same ideas and the same questions that I do is comforting, not only because, you know, it makes me feel I'm not alone, but also because he had his own solutions and his own ideas behind it. Even if I don't agree with all of them, I can draw knowledge from them or expand on that more. And this was really eye-opening. And I really, like, I love doing all my videos. I love doing videos about stuff I enjoy and stuff I find interesting. But this one was something else. This one was something. Again, I think this is being accurate when it comes to its depiction, but it wasn't supposed to be. And it's in that interpretation that I find solace. Well, but that was a rant. I've got a lot of thoughts running through my head. But all of that being said, I just want to say thank you for watching. If you stuck around this long, now watch a 3-part series on Divine Comedy, or again, you started with this one, which I'm so sorry if you did. That had to be awful. But I really appreciate your all support with this. I appreciate that I can do a 3-part series over an 800-year-old book, and people will still watch it. It really does mean a lot. I'm really thankful to you guys for getting me here. I'm really thankful for you guys subscribing to the channel, boosting it. I said it before, I think I said it at the end of the iceberg. You don't know how much it means to no longer ask myself the question of can I do this? It's the question now of how far can I go with this? And it's thanks to you guys. I'm really humbled with this. So thank you for supporting my weird interest and my needlessly thorough breakdowns. It probably would have been quicker if you just read it yourself, but it's too late now. But for real, thank you guys so much. Thank you to all of my ex-patrons who got me to this point. I couldn't do it without you guys. Just thank you all so much for everything. I could keep rambling, but it's late, and I also need to get this edited and posted semi on time. So I'll go ahead and get to work so that you can see this quicker. But I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Also, someone on Twitter said that this was what happens
allora lo collego, sì, ecco, io è importante questo nostro, adesso si sta avviando.
Turn it on. There's the story of the very first production of the play Death of the Salesman in 1939. The last line of the play is said, the curtain comes down, silence. The audience doesn't clap or boo or even move, but there are men in their seats that are just hopeless. They have handkerchiefs over their faces, and eventually someone starts clapping, and then everyone claps, and the actors bow, and things look like they should at the end of a play. But there are these men who are still crying, and they can't stop. Some switch has been flipped, something's been released, and it can't be pulled back in. Doctors are called to the theater, the men are taken to the hospital, they just can't stop crying. This is a story that's taken up space in my brain for years. On one hand, it's deeply sad, obviously. You ever seen your dad cry? It's like a whole theater of your dad crying, advanced levels of sad. On the other hand, it's a little funny, Like in an absolutely pitch black sense, I'm talking Twin Peaks funeral level, maybe just clapping because we don't quite know how to deal with the emotions in front of us. It's an intensely weird thing to imagine happening. And on a third hand, it is really a story about what a megaton does. Salesman was is similarly one of the most influential playwrights in American history. And although he wrote over 24 plays, Death of a Salesman is right up there at the top, maybe sharing space with The Crucible, another play you may or may not have slept through. The story of Death of a Salesman follows Willie Roman, an aging man who does sales. We never find out what he sells, nor does it really matter. Willie has these grand ideas of what a salesman is, what the profession represents. It's a prosperous man, well-liked, known. The problem is, of course, Willie is none of these things. It's not that he's achieved nothing. He's married, owns a house, has 2 kids. But at 63, he can't come to grips with the idea that he is going to continue aging and eventually die.
Quindi, questo qui, dopo, nel caso,
E non è consigliabile fare un rivista che ci esce proprio le cene.
To his family and himself about how respected he is and how
effettivamente si spegne, sì, e mettendolo in recovery, sì, ok?
Il tempo del recovery, se non si spegne, potrebbe essere software, giusto?
Potrebbe essere effettivamente il audio, se la c'è più si avvia ancora,
Perché è grave lo fare avviare
lo farà avviare ancora, a prescindere. Quindi, adesso lo mettiamo in recovery. Perfetto. Questo non è solo recovery, lo lasciamo qua qualche minuto
e osservo se si
e vediamo se si chiude.
how much money he makes, he keeps himself going in a vein.
Due giornate. Una scarica batteria.
un tempo di...
Il recovery ha poco assorbimento, ha poca corrente,
Quindi lo sto un bel
quindi costa anche la settimana. Ok? Sempre mangi.
Carolina.
Ok, e cos'è che abbiamo
Tieni a-
fatto?
Grazie.
Hello, everybody. Today we're going to be covering the final.
Tu sei fortunato perché lì la resa del torno inizialmente poi fai stare già pronta ieri.
Qua,
Sì,
quindi ho personale.
ti fai solo spoiler di C.
Ah, c'è stato fatto del tutto.
perché non funzionava? Hanno tolto solo la resina, l'ho fatto provare e funzionava dopo, solo che si era riscaldato, quindi già riscaldato un pochettino ha funzionato, però non è una cosa regolata,
Part
c'è quello da
of
ricordarlo.
comedy with Dante's journey through heaven and Paradise. Inferno is without a doubt the most famous and remembered part of the story because of all the bizarre descriptions of who's in hell and how people are tortured there. And Purgatorio kind of exists within the public conscience as this weird story of penance for hidden sinners. But pretty much no one knows about Paradiso. They hear weird details like there's a giant eagle bird and a cross made out of people, and that's like it. And I think that's a shame, because for one, the giant eagle person animal is one of the least weird details of the whole story. And two, I think Paradiso may be my favorite part. Some of my favorite aspects of Inferno and Purgatorio were these greater concepts of existence and how the divine applies to humanity and what God means to the individual and things like that. Now that's not to say I see Dante as any final authority when it comes to belief, but just the idea that hundreds of years ago another Christian had the same ideas and broader concepts of religion itself that I have this day is weirdly comforting. So if you're either here for that kind of thing, or here to see who's on which tiers of heaven, or, you know, just jokes about Florence and Italian politics in general, then we have you covered. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, we break down Dante's journey through the 9 layers of heaven. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So where we left off in Purgatorio, Dante and Statius were in the Garden of Eden and were now made clean of their sins in order to begin their ascent into heaven. If you'll remember, Virgil could not enter into the garden, and instead Beatrice took over as Dante's guide. Through hell and purgatory, Virgil explained to Dante the concepts that he could not understand, but now that Dante's been cleansed of his sins upon entering the garden, there's nothing more that Virgil can explain to him. So it's now up to Beatrice to explain to him heaven and divinity itself. It seems that whenever Dante reaches an equal level of knowledge as his guide, that a new guide steps in order to take him to the next level. So now at the beginning of Paradiso, Dante and Beatrice begin their ascent into heaven. However, for some reason, Statius isn't there anymore. Now it's explained later in the story that whenever a soul becomes cleansed through purgatory, or they either died righteous and went straight to heaven, that they immediately go from that to their assigned level of heaven. The same as it was in hell, that whenever a soul dies, they don't do what Dante did and walk through all the layers until they get to their stopping point, they're immediately cast to their respective level. So because of that, we can assume that Statius' absence means that he immediately went to his assigned place in paradise. However, he's never mentioned through the entirety of Paradiso. So at the beginning of our story, Dante...
Sotto anche in assista ci sono anche un film che con 2 video si collega alla scopa.
Sì.
Ecco, non c'è.
Sì, ma quello che prendiamo,
3,000 years ago, a monster seizes 6... sailors from the ship of Odysseus and throws them down her screaming maw.
Riuscito a fare quello tonale.
300 years ago, a Danish historian writes about a sea beast a mile and a half in
Lo fanno sempre
circumference.
rese difficile da fare.
150
Io
years
volevo
ago,
tanto
two
tempo
men
fa
in
l'ho
a
fatto.
rowboat are attacked by a creature with wings dozens of feet long. 16 years ago, the animal was caught on camera. 120 years ago, a 10,000-pound faceless mass of flesh arrives on the shores of Anastasia Island. 80 years ago, an English author writes of a beautiful decaying giant that lies on the coast. 50 years ago, ocean researchers attempt to pull up their anchor and discover that something no one has ever seen has swallowed.
Questo è solamente per Windows.
Years ago, the
Checkra
waters on the
funziona
edge of
meglio su
India
Mac.
draw back and reveal structures outside of living
Non va bene
memory.
per Windows.
A minute later,
Per Windows
those
mi fa
waters
raccomandato
smash
questo
back
qua
into the
pure.
land.
Ok.
6 years ago, a glacier collapses and releases a part of itself not meant to be seen. Months ago, a reservoir drops to perilously low levels and uncovers a crime from a different century. The history of our relationship with the deep is written in unknowables. Time and again, we declare something impossible, only to discover it's already happened. Confine a phenomenon to myth until it proves itself beyond all doubt. I am not here to lecture you on what does not exist. I am here to tell you what lurks just out of view, beyond our knowledge, and below the waves.
It's hard to define just how many myths are, in one way or another, about the Kraken. The giant tentacled beast's earliest specific mention may have been King Sverre of Norway in the year 1180. But what of Scylla, the sea monster from the Odyssey, with 12 writhing legs, many screaming heads, and countless fangs? What about the Bible's Leviathan, a multi-headed monster boasting a mouth ringed with fearsome teeth? Some of our earliest and most influential texts include not just mentions, but whole encounters with similar sounding abominations. 600 years after King Sverre, Eric Pontoppidan fleshed out his country's history with the Kraken in his book, The Natural History of Norway. This wasn't a speculative work, according to Pontoppidan. The book declares itself a particular and accurate account of the temperature of the air, the different soils, waters, vegetables, and so on. And yet, 200 pages in, he writes this: the Kraken. This creature is the largest and most surprising of all the animal kingdom. He says that fishermen may sense the presence of the creature by an abundance of fish. If the water seems to grow shallower, they need to get the hell out of there before an enormous monster comes up to the surface of the water. He writes that no human has ever seen its true body, that its back alone is 1.5 miles in circumference, that it at first looks like a number of small islands, that the horns on its head stand as tall as ships, that when it sinks back down below, it causes a whirlpool that sucks the surrounding sea around. As a kid, I was obsessed with the idea of the Kraken. I pored over illustrations of tentacles grappling with warships. I read every myth and legend I could find. I wrote a report on it for my school, elementary school, and still have vivid memories of waking up in the middle of the night and writing eerie.
Hello everybody, today I want to talk about a mental illness that has led to several controversies in both hospitals and courtrooms. This illness is not only hard to identify because of its unique symptoms, but the very existence of the disease itself is often. And that disease, which we'll be looking at today, is Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Munchausen syndrome by proxy is an extension of another mental illness known as Munchausen syndrome. Munchausen syndrome can most easily be described as faking your own illness in order to deceive others. And already we have our first hang-up with identifying the syndrome. Say you were to lie about being sick so you could get out of work or potentially win a lawsuit. That's not Munchausen syndrome, that's just making a lie in order to get some such objective. Whereas with Munchausen syndrome, the goal is the lie itself. People who are diagnosed with Munchausen syndrome will spend months or years of their life in and out of hospitals to try to convince those around them that they actually have a serious illness. when in actuality they have either induced the sickness or symptoms on themselves or are straight up lying about it altogether. The name actually comes from Baron von Munchausen, a fictional cavalry officer from the 1700s. There were several folk stories about him riding on cannonballs and jumping to the moon and other tall tales. In 1951, when Richard Asher discovered this syndrome, he decided to name it after the stories of Baron von Munchausen, because this is essentially people telling tall tales in the modern age. The general symptoms of Munchausen syndrome and the way to spot it in the wild is that the patient will never get better, they will not respond to the regular treatment for the illness that they supposedly have, they will be very knowledgeable about their treatment, and will have a lack of visitors or people interested in their case, at least most of the time. As you can probably already tell, there is a thin line between Munchausen syndrome and just trying to get some benefit through a fabricated illness. To the degree, and we're going to look at examples of this, Munchausen syndrome is sometimes only defined by the value of whatever the lie can give. Now that's all Munchausen syndrome, right? Someone lying about themselves in order to get some benefit or attention. Munchausen syndrome by proxy, which we're going to focus on today, is all of that done to another person. Or in other words, whenever someone induces or pretends that there is an illness in someone else so that they, the caretaker, can receive the attention, the fame, etc. And if it really is a mental illness, which we'll talk about the details of it today, then the very presence of it implies the harm of another individual. So today we are going to look at some of the most famous historical cases of this disease, as well as the history of the legality behind it, and ask the overall question, is it even real? I will also say the cases we'll be looking at today involve children, so if that's something that you're sensitive to, then you may want to skip out on this one. But if you are interested in that, stick around after the ad as we break down what is without a doubt the most controversial disease in modern wards and hospitals. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. We're going to look at a bunch of examples of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, but I want to start out with what is considered by many to be the shining example of it, and no, not Gypsy Rose, we'll talk about her later, and that is the case of Mary Beth Tinning. Mary Beth Tinning married her husband Joseph Tinning in 1965. She had her first child, Barbara, in 1967, and her second child, Joseph Jr., in 1970. Everything was going well until Mary Beth delivered her third child on December the 26th of 1971. It was on that day that her daughter Jennifer was born with meningitis and brain abscesses. Because of these complications, Jennifer passed away 1 week after being born on January 3rd. It seems like this was the switch in Mary Beth's psyche that led to her later atrocities. 2 weeks after this event, she brought her second child, Joseph Jr., to the hospital, saying that he was suffering from seizures and was constantly vomiting. The hospital released him after a couple days because after putting him under surveillance, nothing was wrong and he seemed to be a healthy child. That same day, on January 20th, Mary Beth brought him back hours later because he had suffered a heart attack. It was too late for the doctors to do anything, and Joseph Jr. passed away. About a month later, on March the 1st, she rushed her first child, Barbara, to the same hospital. Barbara was in a comatose state, and Mary Beth said that she had been convulsing before passing out. Nothing could be done, and after a few days, Barbara passed away, with her official cause of death being as Gray syndrome, which is a disease in the brain. In the span of 3 months, Mary Beth had lost all 3 of her children, but this wasn't the end of the story. On Thanksgiving Day of 1973, Mary Beth gave birth to a 4th child. Mary Beth rushed this child, Timothy, back to the hospital a few weeks after he was born, saying that he wouldn't wake up. This 4th child, Timothy, was dead, and the cause of death was ruled as SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. A little over a year later, Mary Beth had her 5th child by the name of Nathan, and was declared dead after, according to Mary Beth, they were alone in the car and he began seizing them passed out. In August of 1978, Mary Beth adopted a baby named Michael, and 2 months later had a daughter, Mary Frances. 2 months after Mary Frances was born, she was rushed to the hospital for, again, a seizure, before she was revived and allowed to return home. 1 month after that, she was brought back to the hospital again for a heart attack and died 2 days later. In the fall of 1979, Mary Beth had her now 8th child, Jonathan. And then a few months after he was born, he was rushed to the hospital for a heart attack and died there after spending 4 weeks on life support. And I know what you're thinking. How does one person have 7 children die under the same circumstances and no one thinks to ask any questions? Well, you see, it is true that there are certain genetic disorders that make it very hard for someone with those genes to live past a certain age. The medical community around Mary Beth, especially considering the first death of her family took place while the baby was being born in the hospital, that the children simply had bad genes and weren't cut out to live for very long. This theory was thrown out in 1981 when the same thing happened to her adopted son, Michael. The then 2-year-old child was brought into the hospital after he fell asleep and simply wouldn't wake up. This was the first time that the medical community became suspicious of Mary Beth, because up until then it was just a very tragic story of a mother who couldn't keep any of her children alive. But now that an adopted kid died due to a supposedly genetic disorder, that's when people started to look more closely at the case. So then in 1985, whenever Mary Beth gave birth to her 9th child, everyone was watching and waiting for the word. This child, Tammy Lynn, was born in August of that year, and sure enough, in December, was brought into the hospital after suffering a heart attack. However, this time, rather than what they had previously done whenever the child comes in, they see that the heart is stopped and they just declare cardiac arrest. They did a full autopsy looking over every part of the child's body and eventually came to the conclusion that the child had been smothered. They then immediately exhumed 6 of the previous bodies in order to do full autopsies on them now that they had evidence, although at that point so much time had passed that no conclusive evidence could be found. And during the interrogation, Mary Beth signed a confession saying that she had killed Tammy Lynn, Timothy, and Nathan, although later in court she would say that she was coerced into doing this. The prosecution essentially believed that she had murdered 8 of the 9 children, with the first one, Jennifer, that I mentioned earlier, being the only natural death because the entire thing took place in the hospital, and as I mentioned earlier, was probably the catalyst for everything. However, she was only ever convicted for the murder of Tammy Lynn and was sentenced to 20 to life. Mary Beth serves as one of the most famous cases of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, and I want to take a deeper look at that.
She liked the attention of people feeling sorry for her. She's an example of what we call the Munchausen by proxy syndrome, in which a parent uses or harms a child to get attention.
The core theory that was mentioned in the court with most people that talk about the case is that during the death of her first child, either she was damaged in some way or experienced such trauma that she became sort of addicted to the thrill of it all. And the reason that she's touted as an example of Munchausen by proxy is because she supposedly killed her children in order to achieve that thrill. But if that's the case, then how is it different than any other form of thrill killing? Obviously, the definition of Munchausen by proxy isn't just anyone who kills for a thrill, because then that would loop in any serial killer or cult leader that did the same things because they enjoyed it. And if we narrow it down to say anyone that kills their own family for a thrill, then that would mean anyone who hated their spouse or parents and killed them because they didn't want to be around them anymore would technically be Munchausen by proxy. You could even bring it down further to say specifically children, but then that would mean that any case of filicide counts. And also, there are several other cases of Munchausen by proxy that do not involve the family specifically. It can be a caretaker looking over people in a hospital, someone just murdering their spouse or murdering their children, where some psychiatrist would come in and say, oh yes, this is a classic case of MVP. During the court proceedings, Mary Beth said that the reason she killed her 9th child is because she was so paranoid and afraid that the child was going to die that she kind of just wanted to get it over with. Which definitely points to some mental illness in her life, but I don't think it was MVP. See, that's where the challenge comes with identifying this thing. It seems that the nature of the disease itself is in the intent. See, as it's defined as the more infamous case of identified again, except for the death warrant, MBP is most often about control, or the burnout that happens during the time that someone is ill. It is about someone affecting a domain that they have control over in order to maintain or secure a massive form of control on it. The cases we're going to be looking at today are about parents doing that to their children, primarily mothers, but it can also be seen in cases such as whenever men have MBP to some degree, it is most often in a cult or religious setting, in which the leader establishes themselves as the most important aspect of someone's life and then makes them ill or physically diminishes them in order to ensure that. The reason that 97% of Munchausen cases involve a mother abusing their child is because that is the most clearly identifiable way to see that behavior. For example, I've talked on this channel about the anthill people and how Roche Thoreau had tortured these people and literally cut off their limbs at points in order to maintain his status as their leader and father figure. Whenever you scale that dynamic down to a household, that is most often what Munchausen by proxy is. And yes, I'm saying that cult leaders are also a form of MBP, but I guess we're just not ready for that conversation yet. That is, if we consider Munchausen by proxy to be about control, or at least control can be an aspect of it, because the other big aspect of it that most people know is the idea of attention. And while control is a massive element in that there at least has to be control in order to keep the facade going, several believe that the primary incentive for MVP is the sympathy and attention that is given for this person with the savior complex who seems to be carrying the individual. Let's look at an example of that with Lacey Spears. In 2009, Lacey Spears gave birth to her son Garnet Spears, and only 9 days later brought him back to the hospital. She insisted that Garnet couldn't eat and was in constant pain. From there, a cycle began of her bringing him to the hospital, saying that he had all of these extreme illnesses that he needed minor surgeries for. And when Garnet was only 8 months old, he had a feeding tube put in because, according to Lacey, she couldn't get him to swallow anything, and when he did, he would just throw it back up. Not only that, but Garnet had a surgery that closes off part of the throat in order to prevent someone from throwing anything up. During this entire time, she had a blog and a Twitter account known as Garnet's Journey that talked about the details of Garnet's stories in and out of hospitals. Over the years, Lacey and Garnet went to dozens of hospitals, with the primary story being that he has some kind of weird food intolerance that leads to all of his symptoms. It was also believed that Garnet had cystic fibrosis, as his sweat tested positive for high concentrations of salt. Around the time Garnet was 5 years old, they began living at a holistic farm in New York State. Her stated reason for this being that he couldn't eat any processed foods, so if they went somewhere that was all natural, maybe he would be more okay. However, people around Lacey became suspicious because whenever Garnet was away from Lacey, he would eat a ton of food all the time, ask for seconds, and never seemed sick. However, after spending any amount of time around Lacey, he went back to being an ill child. One day in January of 2014, Lacey rushed Garnet to the hospital for seizures. After spending some time in the hospital, it was determined that Garnet was completely fine, and he was even jumping on the bed and running around and acting like a normal kid. That was until an event that was later seen on security cameras of the AEG in the hospital room. Garnet and Lacey went into the bathroom, and whenever they came out, Garnet was incredibly ill. He began seizing, to which nurses ran into the room to try to help him, but it was no use, and Garnet passed away. The police were called when this happened because it was incredibly suspicious to the hospital that the perfectly okay kid spent a few minutes alone with his mother and is now dead. Also, the police were more suspicious of her when, after Lacey's father showed up to the hospital. See, Lacey's story was that the father of Garnet was her fiance, who was a cop, who was killed on the line of duty. So whenever the police are at the hospital and Lacey's dad comes in, they're like, oh, we're very sorry to hear about your son-in-law passing away, being a police officer and all. And the father was confused because she never had a fiance. And as a matter of fact, the Blake guy that she used pictures of and said was her fiance was a random cop that she went on a date with like 7 years ago. And if this wasn't suspicious enough, Lacey's friend received a call from Lacey right after Garnet died, where she asked her friend to go to the apartment and throw away all of Garnet's feeding bags. Because remember, he was on a feeding tube, so whenever he was with his mother, he had to eat through one of the feeding bags. When police walked into Lacey's house, it was all of Garnet's medication on the table and a giant canister of sea salt right in the middle. See, as I mentioned earlier, with cystic fibrosis, one of the major symptoms is a high concentration of salt in someone's sweat. And after it was discovered that the feeding bags in Lacey's apartment had insane amounts of salt in them, something like 70 packets of salt lining the inside of the feeding bags themselves, it was determined that the reason Garnet was sick for his entire life was because his mother was feeding him absurd amounts of sodium. Directly pouring salt into someone's feeding tube causes a plethora of health conditions, which would explain why anytime he was around his mother, he was incredibly ill. But it was determined that the final cause of death that killed Garnet in the hospital that day was salt intoxication. As a matter of fact, his official cause of death was swelling in the brain due to a sodium overdose. And in the hospital bed, after she was arrested and there were search warrants on her phone and everything else, they figured out that while she was in the hospital room, minutes before Garnet died, she was Googling on her phone things like salt poisoning and how much salt to kill someone and blah, blah, blah. So she had been poisoned with salt for years in order to make him appear ill and cause symptoms that were distinguishable to some doctors as being part of cystic fibrosis. So if she's telling the truth on that, she's probably telling the truth about other stuff wrong with him. And then there in the hospital, she overdosed him, which ended up killing him. Here's the thing, I don't think, and I don't mean this in a morality way, not like this exonerates her. I don't think she meant to kill him that day from like a purely objective basis. Like, essentially her son was her toy. She used him in order to get clout online and to appear interesting and garner sympathy from strangers and all of that. And I think the reason she was Googling that on her phone is because she was like, oh man, if we leave the hospital now and he doesn't look sick, that's going to look really bad on me. So I'm going to get him super sick, like to the point of death, and then they'll all believe me, which is almost arguably worse. To which she was convicted for the murder of her son, and the judge during the court proceedings even said that she had Munchausen syndrome.
Instead of nurturing and protecting a beautiful child, you subjected him to 5 years of torment and pain. One does not have to be a psychologist to realize you suffer from mental illness.
Now, looking at all the details of the Spears case, that is identifiable and easily seen as definitive MBP, like down to the control aspect, down to the attention aspect, all of it. Now juxtapose that to a different case that is also often considered MVP, like the case of Blanca Montana. In 2011, she was convicted to 13 years prison for the poisoning of her young daughter. Essentially, she had been poisoning her daughter for years with E. coli bacteria in order to make her sick, and at one point even wanted a marrow biopsy done to try to determine what her illness was, and was caught whenever she was seen, again, on hospital security cameras contaminating her daughter's food with E. coli samples. It was determined in the court trial that followed that she was doing this in order to garner attention from the child's father. Essentially, they had hooked up, and she became pregnant with the child, and then he didn't want anything to do with her, so she thought, oh, if my daughter gets sick, maybe he'll come back. While absolutely tragic and evil, this is often considered a case of Munchausen by proxy, and I don't think it should be. Similar to the example I gave earlier about lying about having an illness or whatever in order to achieve an end goal, this is just that with more heinous and longer steps. And I think whenever you take something that is considered by some to be a legitimate mental illness and considered by others to be an excuse, so to speak, in legal systems, and when you just kind of like flippantly apply it to everything, like, oh, this woman murdered her kid, that's MVP, or, oh, look, this girl almost killed her kid in order to get the kid's father back, that's MVP, it kind of becomes a meaningless term. See, if we look at it by just the specifics or symptoms, so to speak, that you can identify MVP through, then Blanca Montano had all of the symptoms. She had a ton of knowledge about the condition that her daughter had. She had multiple hospital visits, she talked to doctors about it, etc. But the motive wasn't there. Someone who, again, I keep using the lawsuit example, but it's the easiest. Someone who's trying to win a lawsuit against, I don't know, McDonald's because they got poisoned of a Big Mac. I don't know why my brain went to that. May do the same thing in a hospital in order to win a lawsuit, but it doesn't mean they have Munchausen syndrome. To effectively narrow it down, and this is more so the consensus in modern psychology circles, it needs to be stated as the motive behind the thing that is happening. And because of that, you may be asking yourself, or just in general if you think this video is dumb, you may be asking yourself, well, why does this matter? Why does it matter what MVP is, or if it's misidentified, or given the wrong attributes, or whatever? Like, if it's just a means to an end, then why should anyone care? If someone poisons their child, and we're all like, oh, but then they're like, but they poisoned their child by proxy, do we all go, And while it may not matter on an individual basis, like, if someone's poisoning their child, then they're poisoning their child. I don't care if they have, an affinity for it, get the child away from them. But where it absolutely matters is in legal cases. Because depending on how we define it and how we attribute it as a mental illness, it could imply that it is a mental illness that the very presence of suggests that the individual is guilty. Think about it. Imagine if you have someone who is standing trial because they supposedly abused their child. And if the evidence is kind of in the middle and the jury's essentially hung on what the verdict is, but then you have a doctor come in and say, oh, well, they give the symptoms of having Munchausen by proxy. Well, then that would mean that the very existence of the mental illness means they're definitely guilty. And as I mentioned earlier, the very concept of this mental illness is a little shady in itself, because if it is something that person is preconceived to, then that would theoretically mean that they would have a more lax treatment in a court of law. It's primarily the latter point, as well as the fact that MVP is a rather recent discovery and has circumstantial evidence at best for it existing, that the American Psychology Association has never officially named it as a mental illness. At least they've never named it by name, but I'll talk about that in a bit. That previous point that I mentioned, that its presence implies guilt even if guilt is undecided, led to a ton of controversy in the 90s and 2000s, primarily due to a doctor by the name of Roy Meadow. Roy Meadow was the doctor who kind of championed the idea of MVP and made it what it is today in modern courts and medical circles. However, that had some major consequences, such as that of the case of Sally Clark. In 1999, Sally Clark was convicted for murdering her 2 children. During the trial, the evidence was kind of circumstantial. Both of them had been found dead in the home, supposedly they just quit breathing, and similar to the Mary Beth story that I talked about earlier, she rushed them to the hospital and both of them were dead. However, in the midst of this trial, Roy Meadow comes forward as an expert witness and begins talking about how Sally Clark has all the symptoms of Munchausen syndrome by proxy, and how that means she was definitely likely or in favor to murder her children. The jury, thinking that this testimony was evidence of a motive, convicted her for the murder of her 2 children. 3 years later, lab tests were done, and it was determined that the children died of an illness. And then even more tragically, due to all of the shame she received during this, 4 years later, Sally Clark died due to alcohol poisoning. Because of this, Roy Meadow was hyper-analyzed by the courts, saying that maybe him showing up and accusing women of having this syndrome, that he's really in favor of making a popular deal, isn't the best idea. And during the investigation of Roy Meadows, 2 other women who were put away due to his testimony of MVP were let go after further results showed that they were innocent. He had his license taken away from a year, and then it went back, but then he wasn't really asked to show up in any trials anymore. But that in itself shows the harm that MVP can cause just by existing. Because if you had a case where it's undecided if the person is guilty or not, and then you're like, hey, do you know that they have a rare mental illness that means they will definitely always hurt their child for attention? How is that not going to throw a jury's opinion? It was because of this Roy Meadows drama that in UK and Australian courts, Munchausen by proxy is legally not a medico-legal entity. Medico-legal, that's a great word. In other words, within the courts of the UK and Australia, Munchausen by proxy legally does not exist. It can be used as a description of one's behavior, but not as a diagnosis or entity itself. The reason for this being, MBP is essentially all the motive someone would need. The example that the courts use is like this. If you have a doctor who goes forward, say there is a mother who murdered her child, and the doctor is talking about how, oh yes, well, the child was asphyxiated, and this is the symptoms that prove it, and this is the logical evidence that shows what happened to the child, and blah, blah, blah. That is all in the realm of physical facts and biological details, etc. But then, if you consider MBP to be a mental illness, and then you have the same doctor go, yes, and the mother absolutely has MBP, that is the motive being shown through a kind of hazy, technically factual mental illness, meaning that a motive can be derived from logistics, and that's why British courts kicked it out. In other words, it can ruin a trial because someone with MBP will always harm a child. And also through this entire video I've used the example of a parent and a child because that's by far the most common example, but like I mentioned, it can also be done with things like religious groups or nursing providers, elder abuse, etc. But because of everything that I just mentioned, if Munchausen by proxy is real, then it is an illness without innocence. Because if you have it, then you've absolutely done the thing that you're being accused of. And again, this is the reasons that most of the courts kicked it out, and it's the reason the United States is not even considered a mental illness. However, Munchausen syndrome, the one where you think that you yourself have the disorder, is absolutely considered real. And there are far more cases of someone pretending to be sick in order to garner attention and sympathy and what have you than there are of people doing it to someone else. As a matter of fact, the two are sometimes seen together, as is the case with our next example we're going to look at, Hope Ybarra. Now, Hope had a history for lying in the first place. She was a chemist with a doctorate, and in 1998, she told her husband that she was getting a, quote, one-year PhD degree, to which on every Tuesday and Thursday for 1 year, she would leave the house and I guess drive around and do whatever, and then come back and say that she went to class. After supposedly getting this PhD, she began to call herself PhD Hope Ybarra, as well as put the title on business cards, when again, she never actually got a PhD. After her first daughter was born, she claimed that the daughter had cerebral palsy. Not only that, but for the first year of her daughter's life, she said that she had an autoimmune disease and made her wear ankle braces. However, a year later, when her second daughter was born prematurely, that took all of Hope's attention. So much so that she simply took the braces off the first child and said that she got over it. In 2001, Hope said that she had been diagnosed with bone cancer, and for the next 8 years began to perform acts that showed symptoms of the illness. She would leave the house and shave her head and eyebrows and tell people she was going through chemotherapy. She would make up stories about how it was spreading to other parts of her body, but was leaving in some areas, and constantly kept her health in a sort of teeter-totter. She moved to Alabama for 8 months, saying that the region had a special treatment that was only available there. She even learned sign language and had a cochlear implant installed because she said that the cancer was affecting parts of her brain and was eventually going to cause her to lose her hearing. She even had this entire story that she was pregnant. She told everyone else around her that she was pregnant, and for 5 months wore maternity clothes, said they were twins, and even had names picked out for them, before one day saying that the chemotherapy caused her to miscarry, to which, with no one else around, she had a quick funeral for them, placed them in urns, and then put the urns on the fireplace. The urns were sealed, by the way, and after everything I'm about to talk about happened, they broke open the urns, and they were just empty. Remember the second child that I mentioned, the one that was born prematurely? Well, at a young age, Hope had a feeding tube installed in her second child.
Getting a G-tube, a gastrostomy tube to feed the child is the most common procedure in medical child abuse. And that's because it's probably one of the easiest disorders to fake to a physician. So you present with a feeding issue with your child. Well, we're not watching the child eat in our clinic.
And just as with the Spears case, began to feed her daughter salt, and then doctors believed the child had cystic fibrosis. She even had, which is something they do with dangerously anemic people to try to put iron back into their system. Hope was also a chemist, and because of her fake PhD, which I have no idea how no one certified at any point during this, she had a position at a pharmaceutical company working with pathogens. The way she was found out is because people at work got suspicious that she was ordering pathogens that weren't being used in the lab. She was eventually caught for this after it had gone on for 10 years, and she was arrested for child abuse and misusing justice and lying to hospitals and a whole bunch of other minor charges. She still keeps up the compulsive lying thing to the degree that in one of the interviews I watched with her, whenever she walked up to the interviewer, she had a piece of paper that said she was deaf or hard of hearing. And like in the beginning of the interview was doing sign language and had like a speech impediment, but as the interview went on, she just quit.
Factitious disorder from Munchausen is when someone exaggerates pains, or some people would call it the lingering illness or creating an illness that doesn't exist.
So at the very least, Hope was a compulsive liar. Which begs the question, is Munchausen syndrome by proxy just some form of elaborate compulsive lying? And I won't spend as much time disproving it as I did the thrill kill argument, but in short, no. See, there are people who are compulsive liars who don't do things like destroy the livelihoods of family members and then poison their children for a decade. So while that is definitely an aspect in MVP, because it requires some level of dishonesty, there's something more to it than that. There is something else to the level of depravity that these people reach to. And also, in case I haven't made it clear enough, because I'm kind of just plain devil's advocate on every side of the aisle at once, I am not trying to state in this video that it definitively is a mental disorder, or isn't, or whatever. I'm just more so trying to show the points of it, and while there are components of other things. And the most definitive point that I'm trying to get to you in this video is that it is an interesting point of contention in medicine and legal systems that I think deserves to be looked into. And also, in case it's not clear enough, I am a YouTuber who makes videos about stuff that I think is cool and neat, and not a doctor or a psychologist at all. So, to just clear everything up here, do not take the things I say in this video and then use them as a justification to label people or talk about like what someone may or may not have, because that would be not good. Again, just taking something that I think is interesting and worth talking about and showing that to you guys. So while I'm on the high horse of being a guy with a camera and YouTube channel who thinks I can classify mental disorders, let's talk about Jack Barron. Jack Barron murdered his wife and at the funeral seemed to be attention for his cashing for life insurance policy before doing the same thing with his two other children. He seemed to be so comfortable with the deaths of those in his immediate family that at the second child's funeral he wore a t-shirt and just drank beer and like casually talked to his friends. And it is a point of debate if he was doing it because he liked the attention, or if he hated his family, or if you like the life insurance policy. And again, while this is a combination of attention, control, and wealth that is garnered through doing bad things to members of your family, I don't think this is Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Again, everyone touts it as such. If you search guys with MVP, he's one of the first stories that'll pop up. However, again, if we take what is potentially a very diverse or specific disorder that can be attributed to some people, and just say anyone that murders someone to get a life insurance policy counts as it, then it's a meaningless term. And again, my purpose with all of this isn't to say, yes, it is a mental disorder, because that would imply some level of alleviation or predisposition to the things I'm doing. And in every one of these cases, I feel that the individual in question was absolutely capable of moral decisions. Or at least if they weren't, it's not related to the MVP. But where I feel it is more important is with the condemnation of those same behaviors. In other words, maybe if we don't look at it as a mental illness, if we look at it in the way the British courts describe it as a description of behavior, then perhaps it should be used to condemn those who match the description. And if we're using that definition, that it is not necessarily a mental illness, but instead just a pattern of behavior, then I believe that one of the best examples of why someone with MVP should be condemned and actions against them could be justified is that of the most infamous Munchausen by proxy case probably ever now, which is the case of Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Dee Dee Blanchard gave birth to Gypsy Rose Blanchard in 1991. At only 3 months old, Dee Dee took Gypsy to the emergency room, saying that she was suffering from sleep apnea, although there was no evidence of this. At a young age, Dee Dee began to tell people that Gypsy had chromosomal disorders, muscular dystrophy, and a series of other conditions that caused her to be very sickly and require a walker. At 8 years old, Gypsy was on the back of a motorcycle being driven by her grandfather, to which the bike gently tilted over and Gypsy scraped her knee. From this, Dee Dee said that Gypsy's legs were destroyed and that she now had to sit in a wheelchair. And from there, Dee Dee began showing off Gypsy everywhere. They went to Special Olympic events, they went to pageants for disabled children, and sometime between kindergarten and the 2nd grade, Dee Dee pulled Gypsy from school in order to homeschool her. Every single minor thing that was potentially not even wrong with Gypsy caused Dee Dee to immediately rush her to the emergency room. To the degree that if Gypsy coughed, that's a trip to the ER right away. Dee Dee also began saying that Gypsy was suffering from eye and ear problems, which she also didn't have. And Dee Dee was able to put Gypsy on various medications for things such as seizures. Dee Dee and Gypsy were victims of Hurricane Katrina, and because of it, they lost their homes as well as all information about their previous lives. Because of this, Dee Dee was able to change their names and fabricate an entire medical history. As a matter of fact, her name wasn't even Dee Dee Blanchard. That's a fake alias she gave herself in order to get in and out of hospitals. Her real name was Claudine Pitry. And from there, they became a massive news story. See, to everyone else who was watching, Gypsy was a child with various medical problems who lost her home in Hurricane Katrina. And because of this, they had a house built by Habitat for Humanity. They had several stays in the Ronald McDonald House. They went to several Miranda Lambert concerts and got to meet Miranda Lambert because of Make-A-Wish. And the Make-A-Wish Foundation also sent them to Disney several times. During this entire time, Gypsy's father kept wanting to come meet Gypsy, and Dee Dee just told him not to come around and stay away, normally by lying and having to reschedule and other complications. But at the same time, Dee Dee was telling everyone else that Gypsy's father was an abusive alcoholic who they were in hiding from. Whenever Dee Dee was eventually confronted by the police about changing her alias, her story was that they were hiding from Gypsy's abusive father, so they changed their name in order to protect themselves. She would also do things like shave Gypsy's head, as well as even lie to her about her own age. Like on Gypsy's 18th birthday, her father called to wish her a happy birthday, and Dee Dee said, "Don't tell her that she's 18, she thinks she's 14. And everywhere they went in public, Dee Dee would attach a feeding tube and oxygen tank to Gypsy's wheelchair. Keep in mind, through all of this, she didn't need any of it and was perfectly capable of walking. And Dee Dee simply managed to make Gypsy play along through physical and verbal abuse. Gypsy would later say that anytime they were in public and she would say something that implied she wasn't that sick, her mom would squeeze her hand or kick her under the table, and then whenever they got home would physically beat her with a coat hanger or yell at her saying that she was being a terrible daughter. There were various minor surgeries too that Gypsy didn't need she was given, such as a bar placed in her mouth because the seizure medication she was taking caused her to lose her teeth. Her salivary glands were removed because her mother said that she was over salivating, which, according to Gypsy later, every time they'd go to the doctor, Dee Dee would rub like this tar in her mouth that would make her salivate more, so salivary glands were removed. She even had tubes implanted into her ears for drainage, which again she didn't have. The first and only real backlash Dee Dee got during any of this was one neurologist who examined Gypsy and then told the mother, this child is perfectly capable of walking, and the mother got offended and walked out, as well as an anonymous call that was made in 2009 to the police department saying that Dee Dee was not her real name, and also she is just making the child pretend to be sick and she's not actually sick. To this day, no one knows who that call was, but whenever the police went to Dee Dee and confronted her, the police said that, yeah, this looks like a sick kid, and then Dee Dee gave the whole story that they were running from an abusive husband, and the police just didn't look into it anymore. Things began to culminate as Gypsy got older. As a matter of fact, one of the only things that Gypsy had any say in was her internet activity. One year she went to a convention and hooked up with a boy that she had met online. Dee Dee found out about this and threatened to report the boy to the police if he ever said anything to Gypsy again, because according to Dee Dee, Gypsy was a minor at the time, even though she really wasn't. After they got home from this event, Gypsy said that her mother smashed the computer with a hammer and then, for several weeks, handcuffed Gypsy to her bed. After this, Gypsy began to plot how to get away from her mother, and every night after her mother went to sleep, would talk to people on the internet. It was during this time she met a man by the name of Nicholas, and they began, I can't believe I'm using this word, e-dating. And after one meetup where they actually met each other in person, in June of 2015, they decided that Nicholas would murder Gypsy's mother. To which one night, Nicholas broke into the house, stabbed Dee Dee to death, and Nicholas and Gypsy then escaped. During this escape was also the first time that Gypsy